Hopefully people are ready for a little bit of sweet Dungeons & Dragons online action here. Looks like we're good to go. It's still telling me I'm hosting Stream Tom, but is showing my stream. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Maybe everything's working fine. Looks like we might be okay. Alright. Excellent. Sorry, but we have barely... Let me turn off my hat. Barely got started. Barely awake. I haven't even, to be honest, taken my vitamins for the day, and it's technically after my 4-hour feasting window. But I don't know exactly what time I ate, so I'm going to take them now before I forget again. Alright. Also, I don't know why, but I have these ghost touch Deneth arrows that will not get out of the bank, or out of my backpack. I'm not sure what it is. But I suppose at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. We'll just clear this junk and get our party started here. I don't think any of this stuff really blew my skirt up earlier. If this explosive lined up with the Necromancy 2, like if it was Evocation 2, it might be worth considering. But at level 19, I just feel like you could probably do better if you really wanted a DC item. Alright. I haven't even turned on all my things. This is how this morning has been, or this the start of the stream already. I'm still super scatterbrained. Alright, I think that's good. Let's make sure that Raider is on. Distribute is a little high. Raider's a little low. We'll just say Mourn and yeah, we'll just leave it with Mourn. Like I said, distributed is it's a little above where I want to be, and Raider's a little lower than where I want to be. So we're kind of in like this weird spot, but we'll see what happens. If Raider decides that he wants to come in and join me for some experience, he's welcome to do so. If distributed wants to do something, well, that is going to be unfortunate, I think. I'm not quite ready to jump to 16 here. I mean, with the 14 Samus. With the Maybar stuff being involved, it is kind of easy to work a little bit higher content in, or a little bit other side content, side questing in. But now that we've done them the first time, the XP bonus is not going to be anywhere near as fruitful, so we'll figure it out. Alright, picked up a hireling. I think the first thing I actually want to do is get to Van Richtenstein's tower and finish that off. I could have dug out my teleport item, I guess. Say I already grabbed it. Then I also want to be sure to do Wizard King. And I think those are the last of the 12s that I actually care about. I'll just kind of play that by ear. I'm going to move this to the first slot over here and see what happens. Van Richtenstein's tower? I don't know. I can't really do good accents. I can mimic whatever I kind of hear for a little bit, but I'm not going to pretend like I can do an accent. Alright, let's start with the Wizard Wine. So we'll do Yester Hill, because those two are pretty much right next to each other. And then from there, we'll finish up the last couple. let's see, we're 72. We're actually pretty ahead of where we, in my normal opinion, would be. But also, we would normally be, we would have TR'd today, hopefully, or probably tonight would be my assumption. Our goal would have been to cap out, I think, under most circumstances. This morning. We did really only lose a day, though, so maybe I'm overestimating my speed. Maybe it takes me a week and a half to level now, or to TR. I've just gotten old and slow in my old slow age. Alright, just a second. Oh, yes. Applying more sandpaper to my already suffering nostrils. Probably gonna have to do that again in a second and follow it up by a sneezy coffee fit. I can feel it coming. I should just start now before I fight a fight. Alright, I do not detect anything behind that door. They decided to open this door on me. Big jerks. Alright, so if I recall correctly, when we wrapped up our TR, I actually wanted to grab this righteous command, but I didn't grab any spell components. Some eagle feathers to be able to fire that guy off, so we might have to go grab some eagle feathers between quests here in general. Alright, and we can D-door. It's probably a little bit quicker to D-door here than to run back. May not be a lot faster, but it's at least a partial loading screen quicker. Also, we should eat their souls. It's just disrespectful not to eat their souls, right? Oops, that's not the button I needed. We don't need to turn undead here. The soul, or I thought it was a soul. It's a Skyborn. And then let's get on this guy. Apply the beatings. Oh boy. It's a heck of a day. Today's the first day that feels like winter's on its way here in Kansas. Like, it's cold, it's overcast. People are walking around with their coats on. I even wore a hoodie today when we went out. That should tell you something. When even I wear a hoodie. And I put pants on instead of just shorts. It's pretty chilly. I could have got away with shorts, I think, pretty easily, but we went out to go eat dinner at local bar. They have half-price wings on Wednesday, and sometimes they're pretty chilly in there. Probably still should have wore the shorts instead, to be honest. Mostly because the last time I wore those pants, apparently I know I was a lot bigger. But my belt was doing a lot of work today, holding up those pants, which is a weird positive feeling, to be really honest. Those of you who've been keeping track of my weight loss progress here. It's weird to have actual measurable rewards, like your pants not fitting. Alright, there's a thing that we're looking for over here. Pick that up. I'll let Raider know that I'm working on finishing up that I'm finishing up the Ravenloft chain. I don't know if he's going to want it to come along. I don't know if he's going to want to save it. Ugh, gross. I don't know if he's going to want to save it. And then I plan on hitting desert stuff. So we'll see if he decides he wants to come along or not at any of these quests. Says he's in. All right. Grab this brown mold, squish these guys. Squish this Famine Reaper.
There we go. There we go. Got the mic mute on.
Excellent. Are you already on your way?
Yeah, I'm heading over now. Oh, I haven't done Into the Mist.
Okay. And you're probably not going to make these ones then.
Right, exactly. Okay, go ahead and finish.
Okay.
I'll go do it right now.
Okay. I said I'm tearing through these, and then my plan is to head to the desert and do Wizard King.
Okay.
And then I'm pretty much ready to level to 15. There might be one or two little things in there, but we had a pretty productive stream this morning going through like the desert stuff and whatnot.
Good.
So
Yeah, I couldn't get on this morning, so.
no, I didn't figure. So that is the problem with trying to play with people. Normal people can't maintain this schedule.
Right, sure. Mm-hmm.
You know, people that have real jobs and not streaming jobs.
I don't even have that, so I'm retired.
Well then, I don't know what your problem is. You should definitely...
I should be in all the time, yeah.
should be doing something.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I do. I went and walked and did all my exercise things, and there's always a million household things to do.
That is fair. Alright, Keepers of the Feather. Oh boy. Yeah, I even think sometimes there are windows where I could give Distributed a run for his money when it comes to experience, except he is okay with running the same boring thing repeatedly if it means that he's TRing faster, and I'm not.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, this quest is the best experience per minute. I'll do it 12 times and level. It's like, oh, that sounds real bad.
The good old days.
Yeah, hard pass. Hard pass. I like this quest variety, doing something different.
You and Voodoo both. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't want to do the same thing 4 times or 10 times. Like could I keep my opener on Cursed Crypt, Bloody Crypt, any of the crypts, then basically just skip levels at doing those crypt quests? Sure. Like it would be really efficient, but it would be very boring in my mind. Very boring.
You've moved past that.
I just, again, I think I don't like. It's the same reason why I change builds a lot. I just it has to be something that I really enjoy to do with the repetitivity. I'm going to struggle, I think, with these iconic lives because there's going to be so much less questing to do, but there won't be any release from the high level. Like I won't have a choice but to get to 30. You know, I won't. There won't, even if it's once and be all right. I'm not doing that for a while. You know.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
I don't know. It's always been my bane, feeling trapped. Whether it's a build, whether it's a class, whether just I spent enough time trapped. In this case, Kansas, but enough time trapped in places I don't need to be trapped anymore. Man, this Divine Favor just does not last. A minute and 11 seconds is not very long. Alright. Bam, bam. I'm kind of curious where Rhett and Slab are at, actually. It's like Rhett's 21. Yeah, they made pretty good progress, actually. Rhett is doing the Faye Buckler build, for those of you who are kind of interested how other people are enjoying the Faye Buckler build. I hope he comes on and he can tell me what he thinks. I know he's been sending me questions as things kind of creep up a little bit. Apparently he was struggling a little bit with the self-healing in the Reaper 3s. Then I sent him some advice, basically a couple of this, a couple of that. Hopefully that smoothed his play out quite a bit. I'm curious to hear, but that's the big difference, I think, with going dagger build versus going rapier build. The dagger build and the high double strike and everything that you can get going on, and the big critical range of things, you just don't get that much of a weapon boost, in my opinion, from swashbuckling with a rapier as opposed to swashbuckling with a dagger. Like, you get the big boost when you're using the dagger, and you can really appreciate the perks of being able to have another tree specifically aligned towards your weapon choice with the knife fighter tree. But again, excited to hear what he thinks about it. Wakey wakey. Do our best to stay on both here. Both the trash and the corrupt druid. He's not that far away. We just take him down and we can clean up the other casters at our leisure here. We're just on Reaper 1, so it's not like we have to do high Reaper strats by beating everything down that's not him and kill the waves more carefully. What? That was weird. Alright, there we go. Nice. Alright, what color undies is Strahd wearing today? Gross, no undies.
Wear different underwear?
Yeah, every day. You just gotta come to this quest and look. But today, he's not wearing any underwear. You can see his wood.
Oh.
Just because he's a wooden statue. But I don't know. Are you excited for tomorrow? Without getting into actual political shenanigans, are you excited?
No, not at all.
Not at all. I'm actually gonna start the stream late. Gotta give.
I don't think much comes from it, so.
And
if it's the shit show the last one was, then why bother?
Oh, I mean, that's fair. The last one was kind of bad, but still got to give everyone a chance to win your vote, as far as I'm concerned.
Sure. Oh, they should do them. Make no mistake. I'll pay attention afterwards.
Watch the highlights. See,
we got a book out of this chest.
See what we're told not to, or told what we're supposed to care about. That's always the thing that after watching it, and I'm like, oh, these are the things that were important, and then watching what the various media thinks is important, I always get so mad. Like, that's not even the important part, or that you cut out the context, or it doesn't really matter for either side of the campaign. You know what I mean? But either campaign, like, Jesus, it's not how that went. Or I always love that afterwards, that day after effect. So the other part of the reason I always feel like I have to watch myself and get my initial reactions out of the way. But I know a lot of people who they literally are talking about they're gonna vote by mail, so they already sent in their ballots yesterday, today, etc. Just like, man, it's like, why did you even bother to vote at all? Why didn't you just like turn in your ticket at the start of the year? You know what I mean?
Well, there's that, what, 40% on each side that vote the way they vote no matter what, right? They vote the side no matter what.
I think isn't it smaller than that now? Maybe not. No, it might be close
35,
to
40. Nope.
It might be close to that. You might be right on that. Like I said, I've never been one of those people that I'm gonna do this for whatever reasons. I always try to think through really critically the things that matter to me and what will matter to, in my opinion, my friends, my family, my kids. People a little bit down the line. Try to think about what I would want people to vote.
Sure.
For the best interest of as many of us as possible. So that's usually where I end up taking my stuff into account. I think a lot of people do as well, but I think a lot of people also just vote for the things that they like, that they're a one ticket or one issue voter, which again is also kind of interesting. I have a hard time thinking that way, but I know plenty of people who are. So I don't know. I'm just kind of excited to see what happens. They're putting in a bunch of weird rules that I don't really like. But it'll be interesting to kind of see how things wallow out here.
Sure. So, quick question. What's the difference between light crossbows and heavy crossbows, besides the damage die?
Pretty much the damage die.
That's it?
So, what, a D?
The light doesn't fire faster?
Nope. They shouldn't. They should be the same. But you're
Well, why
talking
would
about what,
anybody bother with it?
a D6 versus a D8?
D10 versus D8.
Is a great crossbow a D4?
Well, a heavy. I'm talking about heavy versus light.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Is it? I thought a heavy or a great crossbow was a D10, so it must be 12, 10, 8.
Yeah.
2 more damage, man. If you
Well,
can get
yeah.
it.
If it doesn't fire faster, why would you bother with anything else? Right.
To find what you like, to get what you want on the properties you need, I guess, realistically. But now that
Okay.
all those kind of things got normalized, I believe, to be basically the same now, because certain weapons, just based off of the attack speed, used to be far superior to other
Right.
weapons over the minute, which is not something that was ever really intended in the 3rd edition rules, and really hadn't been intended in quite a long time. There was some really complicated rules, if I remember correct, like back in the 2nd edition days, based off attack speed and stuff like that. And it turned out that if something had a good attack speed, then it overwhelmingly was the correct choice.
Right. Kind of like hand wraps and a monk could get the hand wraps themselves don't give you that much, but you get attack speed.
Right. Turns out hitting things a lot sometimes overcomes the attacking things for less.
Right.
Until you need to break DR, and then things get a little funky. But yeah,
Well, yeah.
they should, crossbows, heavies versus lights should be the same, I believe. But yeah, the real question is, can you find a heavy to do the things that you're looking for? So like, if you're
Well, yeah, like always.
if you're trying to find like a Vorpal, obviously things get a
Sure.
little weird, or
Can you find one? Can you?
yeah, like finding a level 3 Vorpal heavy crossbow with a relevant second power right now, that's pretty crazy. There is, however, I think a level 2 fire keen heavy crossbow in the shard exchange for like 5 shards, which is not unreasonable if you're into paying shards for things.
I don't mind it. I do as many shard auctions as I can for mostly ingredients. So I've got like 1,500. I don't mind buying something here and again.
Then you're
but
perfect. Then there's a couple of things actually. I always like to check during these kind of times of the year, festivals, the Maybar, the Icy Festival, stuff like that, for things in particular, keen things with naturally extended crit ranges, like like the heavy light crossbows, falchions, stuff like that. Always try looking for something, or weapon types that I particularly use a lot, like daggers and quarterstaves. So crossbows have added to that window as well, I think now. I like the idea that they're spending time making semi-unloved weapon types more popular, thanks to
a little more love, yeah.
Thanks to things like the prestige enhancement or the enhancement lines and stuff like that, supporting them, as opposed to rebalancing them so they're insane or whatever.
Right.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Like the Byzantine fighter. Yeah.
Exactly.
It's almost useful.
Yeah, especially on the universal trees, and not like, oh, another fighter tree. Instead make it really narrow but interesting for a wider range of things.
Right.
But yeah, I'd always try keeping an eye out for those things throughout the year, but I take an extra interest and check it a couple of times a week over on this time of the year in the auction house and Shard Exchange and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah, well, like the last Maybar, I crafted up, like 10 of the wisdom and intelligence rocks.
Yeah, the runes.
And so about 6 months away, I start selling them on the Shard Exchange, and they bring about 200 shards.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
so
I know
I
that,
sell all of them.
Yeah. Well, so I know the first, V-Love was letting me know that the keys are currently at something like 75 shards on Thelanis right now. And I'm like, man, I thought that for 10 keys. Like, man, I really thought it's like 35 or 45 or something for 10 keys here on Solarna. I thought that was kind of high. Because I feel like our auction house is always high. But sounds like we're kind of low when it comes to the Maybar key farming department.
Okay, sure. I've never sold keys before, so I don't know.
Yeah, well, I went
to.
I went and looked that first day, and I saw several in that 35 range. I thought, oh, well, that's probably a reasonable spot. I think that's part of why Voodoo and company, they spend so much time over there, right? Because don't they sell?
Well, it's great XP too.
The first time is really great. After that, depending on the quest that you run, I think it varies.
Right, but you could, with the proper build, you can bang out a level essentially a life. Well, he can about once a week. You can go through a regular life, a heroic, and an epic week. So he'll go through 3 lives while it's on.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I was able to get 2, but not 3. The last one.
Well, I know, like, I used it today, essentially, that's the reason, part of the reason I'm so far ahead, is because I had an hour left on the stream, and I was like, yeah, you know what, I really don't feel like doing any more quests right now in this particular level range. And I watched Jerry not succeed in the first quest again. Like, mostly because he just ran out of time. And I'm like, you know what, I'll go do one, just in case people don't know what it's like to, get through or whatever. So when I ran through, and it was good. Like I said, it's about a little more than a level, I think, probably, because each of those quests turn out to about 25,000 experience at this level range, doing them at level 19.
Right.
And I still have, technically, I could still do the first time on the big quest, get the Dragon Scales quest. I forget what it's called. The Eternity Dragon. I don't remember if that's soloable anymore or not. Like,
oh, sure it is. So soloable.
It had been a while since I had done it, because I'm trying to think what else except for the cosmetics you even do it for, and I think the cosmetics are pretty much it, right?
Well, no, you can craft up all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, but I don't think, because I think it only gives you the dragon shards, right?
Well, you need those to craft other stuff.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't know what.
Well, you could craft the wisdom and intelligent rock.
Do they come out? Are those needed for those?
Well, you need,
okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like I said, it's been such a long time since I probably did it once or twice last go through. Like, I don't sell those things on the Shard Exchange. I'm pretty bad at my selling on the Shard Exchange.
Oh, that's fine. Mm-hmm. I find it useful when I want something. I have enough shards I can buy.
Oh yeah, no.
Within reason. I mean, there's a lot of junk out there. They're asking fortune. It's like, huh? No.
Yeah, no. It's definitely an area of my game that I could use some improvement on.
Right.
For sure.
Well, that's the Red Fens one we ran. For a while, I was just doing the collectible run around the perimeter. And I mean, just those collectibles you get out of there, you know, for a half-hour run, you could get 50, 60 shards for those.
Oh, wow.
So,
Yeah, see, I don't...
especially the tier 3 drop in there, which is, I forgot what it was, but, you know, you could sell 5 or 10 of those for 30 shards.
Yeah.
And they go quickly.
Couple of my viewers who watch regularly, they always say things like, I'm surprised you just don't sell your... Because I do all the collectible stuff. I collect everything, and then I'll end up with, like, when I notice my bag starts overflowing, I'll like, oh, let's go see what we can turn these in for. And they're always like, why don't you just go sell a stack of those for 100 or something on the shard exchange? It'll sell. I'm like, yeah, that doesn't seem like
Right.
like what I want to be doing. I would rather just, like, do you need some? You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, sure. I agree. But again, I just do it so I always have enough. You know, there's something out there that's 100 or 150 shards we can buy, which is usually a lot of things. So, and then I leave it alone. So.
Yeah. Well, I'm real bad about re-rolling or hitting the re-roll button when I mean hit the loot all button. I'm real bad about that.
Oh, okay. I only re-roll when there's loot I actually need. And I do it from time to time, but not as often as I used to. I have a lot of things now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, my big thing is the hardcore server. That's pretty much the only place I really worry about shards at all.
Okay.
Is over there anymore. We got a Fan Reaper and a Fear Reaper here. Tasty. This just means we're gonna be a little slower so we don't get fear dotted out of here. Last time I was in this quest, I kept falling off the edge of this stupid wall. Let's
I'm sorry.
not make that mistake again. I don't think it was your fault. Were you even here?
No, I wasn't.
No, I don't know what it was. That particular life, the quarterstaff life, I felt like I was continuously falling off of things. It felt really... I don't know if it was the way the character ran around things, or the fact that I was a wizard and felt invulnerable, I could do whatever I wanted and just didn't care. Like, honestly not sure why, but I literally fell off of this stupid wall, I think 2 or 3 times.
Gosh.
Yeah.
Well, most people don't even bother with these scarecrows. They just run right by and go into...
Well, I would have ran past them as well, except for the fact there's a collectible over there, and I wanted that collectible.
Yeah. And you don't necessarily need the soul stone, but yeah.
No, I like to eat them when I see them, but I feel like a big soul stone waster here. Big soul stone waster.
Sure. And I've really come to like Ravenloft. I think it's a really good module.
It is probably the best one that they put out. I like Sharn a lot in the sense that I'm very pro Eberron, and everything Eberron is best. But I feel like some of the Sharn stuff is just not as well done as like the Eberron quests are. The Eberron quests are 10 out of 10. The Sharn quests are maybe a 9 out of 10, or some of them I think are better than that. Some of them are 10 out of 10, but on average I would say they're closer to 9 out of 10. Where I feel like
Sure.
every single Ravenloft quest is a 10 out of 10.
Sure. Well, to me, nothing in life is ever a 10 out of 10.
Oh man,
Nothing's that good.
these are like damn near at level the perfect quest. There's just the right mix of challenge versus speed. They're just the right amount of like they walk the balance really nicely. They scale really well into epics. The R's on the sculling of them scales really nicely. You don't have to worry about tripping guys before they break a breakable that they're gonna break with one hit. That's one of the quests that really pissed me off.
Right.
in
Sure.
in Loft or Sharn there.
And they've got good challenge to them.
Yeah,
Everything
it
works.
walks the balance really nicely. There's a good mix of monsters, storyline. The gear is very, very good.
Very good.
Like they did the balancing act I feel is very well done here. The gear is not, the sets are not so over the top that you have to run a set from here, although I would recommend it.
Mm-hmm.
They just,
and the drop rates are good for the named items too.
Correct. Like
it's not a horrible drop rate for anything.
Right. It all feels very, very good. I don't know how much, like, I don't know what I could change to make Sharn better. Or Ravenloft better. Which is literally my definition of 10 out of 10. If I had a complaint... Ooh, double Fear Reaper, huh? That's going to be fun. If there was a complaint, then I wouldn't give it a 10 out of 10. But, like, what could you possibly change out of Ravenloft that you would think would lower the score slightly? I'm curious.
Oh, for me?
Yeah, because to me, this is the high water bench.
It's just not coming to me. Maybe if when I go through it again, I'll try and think of some.
Yeah, if you think of one, let me know, because I would be curious to know what you would think would need improved out of here.
Right. The only thing was in the Last Life Epic, when I went there, the old Bone Grinder, I was having a lot of trouble with triple Reapers. There would be two, and you would kill one, and then another one would spawn. It was like, huh?
Yeah, but I think that's just a change
like, well,
that's
okay,
happened.
That's just not fair. I mean, maybe it's not fair, but that seemed a little excessive to me. Like because they were just R1s. It's like, okay, maybe on R4 or R5 I could expect it. But
yeah,
on
but
R1,
that's a change that I feel like they've made for Reapers overall to toughen up the Reapers a little bit overall. I don't think that's a Ravenloft change specifically. And I feel like they probably set the watermark on Reaper 1 a little too low.
Well, I think it's too high.
Until you don't have any, unless when you have some, it's like, oh, you really should probably be doing a higher Reaper. You know, when you have some of that, when you have that pile of Reaper points. Like most of the stuff I can do on Reaper 4 without too much more of a problem.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, but I've got almost 60 Reaper points. I should probably be doing them on a higher difficulty. But I'm just like, for the speed and all these things, do I care? No, because that's not the goal. The goal isn't to get Reaper experience.
Right. And you don't do epics either, where you get a fair amount more.
Correct.
Reaper
Well, not
XP
very
too.
often anyway. I do enjoy doing them from time to time with the guildies when everyone kind of like the stars align and I'm allowed to do quests with everybody.
Right. Oh, sure.
But
But my point is, I mean, it's just R1, and you're having to beat down 3 and 4 Reapers way too often, because you'll have to walk into 2, and then one will spawn, and then another one will spawn. It's like, really?
Oh yeah,
It's just R1.
I was doing some 3s, and then I would have 2 more spawn before that first fight was clear, just on R1s. And
yeah, and that just seems a little excessive.
But again, I think those are the Reaper spawn changes. I think they probably kicked up the spawn rate a little bit, like 3 or 4%. Well, that 3 or 4% every time something is hatched, every time something is killed, like 3 or 4% can add up pretty bloody fast.
Yeah, well, you'd be surprised how often you can roll a 3% roll 2 or 3 times in a row.
Oh no, I'm not surprised because I literally roll spell failure checks right now in this on this 25% chance to fail my shield scroll or shield spell. I fail a lot, more than 25% of the time for sure. So I am not surprised at all that there's a high spawn rate of Reapers. But again, I think they just tweaked that Reaper number slightly.
Right.
With a slightly higher chance of spawning Reapers. I don't think I can blame Ravenloft for that, though.
Oh, no. But the only reason because it seemed like it was happening in old Bone Grinder more often than it should have. And it just seems to me, you're playing the lowest Reaper level. I don't think you should have 2 Reapers in a spawn to start with. Fine, if you kill one, another one spawn. Or because more monsters spawn, fine. But you shouldn't have 2.
Yeah, I don't...
That seems a little excessive for R1. So...
I feel like if every time a monster is spawned... Because that's the rule, right? If every time a monster is spawned, or every time a monster dies, there's a 7% chance that a Reaper spawns, we have to realize that means when you're spawning a group of 6 monsters, the chances that there's going to be 2 Reapers are... what, 15% of the time? 10% of the time?
It adds half the one each time by probability.
Yeah, there's
so
like
it's 6 plus 18, so it's a 24% chance.
Yeah, so like you just have to roll those numbers and realize, when they say that this setting is trying to murder you, that is how they're trying to do it.
Right, but my point would be, right, you can't have 2 and only 1 can spawn at a time, regardless of the numbers.
Yeah, but then
that seems fair. Now again, you move up into the higher Reapers. Hey, take the gloves off. I don't care, right?
Well, the thing
you start hitting 3, 4, spawn away, whatever you think it should be.
So the disadvantage of doing something like that is then it changes the potential playstyle for a group, right? You run around till you find the first Reaper, and then somebody pikes it. Tanks it, whatever, heals through it, gets its aggro, turtles up, and then if you can't spawn another one, then you just run through the quest like crazy. See what I mean? That's an exploitive technique.
Hey!
That's an exploitative technique that you don't necessarily want them to have that either.
Well, I don't see it as that big of a detriment. Again, you're playing the lowest Reaper level. So, there has to be a balance between group and solo as I see it. But of course, they don't care about that. So.
Well, they don't intend Reaper, like it says again, it's not intended for people to solo. People do solo it, but that's not the intention.
Not everybody can group. And I still think they don't give that enough.
Oh, yeah, no.
Well, I would go this way. Give us the solo button on every quest. Then, right?
Well, but the solo button is...
And however you set that up, fine.
Yeah, I don't...
Because I'd say more than half the people at a particular point in the game solo a lot. And probably the number's much bigger than that.
Yeah, I mean, soloing is definitely... It's one of the advantages of this game over... I'm going to head to... I think I saw you here. Yeah, there you are.
Yeah.
I'm going to head to Wizard King. That shouldn't have any flagging involved.
No.
Yeah, so one of the advantages is that you don't have to have a group to do things. Or you can take advantage of the computerized groups to kind of help fill out that group situation. Because there's other games, and there are definitely still things that a lot of people can't solo. And there are definitely people who cannot solo. So, I mean, if you're a person that can solo from 1 to 20, you might already be in the minority people.
Sure.
So, then when you think about...
I still just think it's a valid way to for people who aren't in large guilds, and there's a lot of times where there's just no one to play with. So
well, you may have to put that's why the LFM group is there. That's why they have the hireling mechanic.
Right, but still, I still think a solo button would be helpful.
Well, that
in
just means
lieu
that
of other things, especially on the lowest settings of, say, like R1
well,
or
again,
Elite or whatever.
well, yeah, Elite is fine for soloing. Like, I don't think I've had a quest in Elite that I feel like I've been in danger in a long time. Reaper mode is a different mindset. Like, it's not intended for soloing. It's not intended for. I'd have to look up the exact wording that they did when they introduced it.
Oh, sure.
But let me see if I can find it. Reefer difficulty offers a new challenge for the toughest adventurers. The difficulty can be selected from the quest portal UI. Blah blah blah. There's the definition of this. Reaper difficulty is meant for players who enjoy serious challenge. You have been warned.
Right.
So, if you're soloing in serious Reaper mode or serious challenge mode, you can't also be like, I wish it was easier for me to go to solo. You know, that's part of the mindset of you're on serious challenge mode. Now, if you were to tell me like, yeah, the situation is weird for elites, I'd be like, all right, now I'm more likely to agree, because that's not set up for serious challenge mode. You know, that's not the intention. Again, I think that's part of the reason they had to ramp up the Reaper mode as much as they did, is because it was not. People were getting to the point where R1, even on First Lifers, like on the hardcore server, this is my second go through on the hardcore server where I literally just did R1s all the way to my 5,000 favor. Like, and I think I actually got my first reward on this year's hardcore server, or the last hardcore server, was my 10 Reaper point reward instead of the 10,000 favor or 5,000 favor. So like, and that had nothing. I mean, I picked a build that I was extremely comfortable with, you know, but I don't think it had anything to do with. I wasn't playing like the most powerful build at cap or anything bonker. I just have become familiar enough with the Reaper quest that doing things on Reaper 1 is fine. Speaking of Reaper mode, here's a Fear Reaper. There we go. But yeah, I will say that with the changes to the Reaper spawn rate, the double Reapers can be a little bit more crazy. But again, I feel like that's part of keeping quote unquote challenge mode. As the watermark of people, you know, as that line shifts where instead of 20% of people feel comfortable doing Reaper 1s, now 25% of people feel comfortable doing Reaper 1s. Okay, well, does that mean that you shift the Reaper mode difficulty-wise a few percentage points? Probably. Oh my god. Oh, I broke a tasty ham score. Oh, you must be cursed.
No.
Yeah, you're healing cursed. I lay on hands to you for 29. You were plagued. I don't know if you were also healing cursed, but you were definitely plagued. Oh yeah, you're healing cursed too. Now, anyway. Alright. Nope. Alright. If you excuse me, I have to pick up 50 tasty hams off the ground.
Sure.
Pretty sure it's the Samus rule. When meat spawns at your feet, pick it up. I love tasty hams. I know a lot of people don't like tasty hams, but I love the tasty hams. Oh yeah. We're to 98 tasty hams now. That's I'm gonna eat a tasty ham right now, actually. Teach them to give me a bunch of tasty hams. And our healing amp is such, we're getting 4 points. It's pretty good. Whew.
Jump. Sucks about a cleric build.
Well, you don't have to come in here. I'm just gonna come pull this lever and hopefully leave. Assuming it's trapped enough it kills all these methods. But not trapped enough it kills me. Alright, are you down the hole? No, you're in here.
No, I didn't.
Alright.
Obviously, I'm not rated for this solo on R1, so...
Well, I don't know about that. I think you're probably holding your own. The only time that you really were in any sort of danger was when you got up, got cursed, and got trapped in that corner.
And for some reason, I couldn't get uncursed, but I don't get that quite. But it is.
Well, I think at first you got plagued, and then you got healing cursed. So I think you probably had 2 effects at the time. And there's no way to get rid of the plague curse except for time. It's like 10 seconds debuff.
Oh, okay.
So you can't... So that's what happened, I think, when I laid hands on you, because I looked and I don't think I saw you being cursed then. So...
Yeah, well, without a couple more levels, though, I don't think I'm that comfortable soloing.
What level are you now?
Or at least
Oh, you're 12.
soloing a tower.
Yeah, no, I don't like soloing towers anyway, in general. Unless people are really comfortable because of the scaling. You know, like, it's very easy to... Oh, there's a chest. I'm gonna clear these guys so we can open this chest. Also, like... I have the things, so if I talk to the genie, we can skip the fight.
Oh, okay.
But if you go talk to the genie, you can't use my things.
Right, I'm not gonna... I'll wait for...
Yeah. So, like, why would... If we were to split up, then I would have wasted stuff in my backpack, and you would have to have a fight that you didn't need to fight. Unless we divvied up the gems in the quest before, which obviously I ran the other one earlier today, so you couldn't have even been there for that. You know what I mean? Like, it just, in my opinion, it works out poorly. Ah! Yay, we got it exactly wrong. We got the worst of all the options.
Well, if I'll pick up the flackery, it doesn't matter.
Well, that's just it. I like the king in the middle. Yeah, screw it. Let's just pick it up and then...
Sure.
And I guess I have Detour, so we can just Detour to the beginning and run back through.
Sure.
I'm still going to go ahead and do the other towers.
Well, it's good XP, absolutely.
Yeah, it just...
The optional XP is wonderful.
Yeah, I just, I'm not a big a fan, thanks to the... If it was in the middle, I like him in the middle. Then you do the first tower, you've cleared that out, you've done the second tower. You've got some of the bonuses unlocked, but not all the bonuses. But it's not a huge deal to miss out a little bit of the bonus, because you're not missing out on a lot of the bonus. And then you only have to go 1 extra tower for time.
Sure.
So, like, right now, this experience, even though it's going to be big chunks of experience, is not going to be very XP per minute efficient. Because we're going to earn... I will have to keep track of it, probably. But let's keep track of it. Let's see. It's going to be, what, 4, maybe 8, 9, 10, 11. Probably like another 11,000 experience, right? Could be a little more than that, but I think it's going to be somewhere around 11,000 experience. So if it takes us more than 6 minutes, we would have been better off running this quest the second time. See what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
So, but if it's in the middle, right? Well, now all of a sudden, you finish the quest in 20 minutes instead of 10, right? So that first half is still really good, but then the last half or third that you're doing is going to be still very, very good experience for the run through, because you're talking about almost 8,000 experience, because you're finishing off the last gatekeepers, you're picking up the last mini boss, you're hitting that 1,000 experience points for running to the bottom. So I know that that's not necessarily the best way to look at everything, but it's the way that I'm currently thinking about it. And explode? Nope, not explode. Oh, just no traps. Alright. You good? You need healed.
Well,
You're just cursed.
I'll always take some, but
Well, I have one lay on hands left, so I don't want to use it on you now if you're gonna be fine in 13 seconds.
yeah.
And
Give
then
it
you,
to me when I need it.
and then you die at 5 minutes around the corner where I could have laid on hands to you instead. Oops, heard a bag. 5 antique bronze tokens. Be jealous. Sad day, no chest. Rough.
Yeah.
And we found a Reaper. Oh, it must be a Carnage. It chased me. Yep, it was a Carnage, and I fell down the hole. So, have a care. Oh, my bless failed. Hey, leave him alone. He's doing my works by pulling my levers. Oh, did you come see me, Fear Reaper? You're so sweet. Again, I forgot to go get feathers. Let's go get feathers. Okay, we should have a gatekeeper up here. Tell this guy he likes kittens.
Oh, that's right. We his chest. Run the bottom.
Do you need a shrine or anything? Should probably step like 2 more steps here. I'll D-doors again. Oh, the Unholy Blight Sicken. That's a fun one. So since we've completed the quest, we've earned another 4,000 experience. Do you think it's been more than 4 minutes?
Probably close. Close. Traps aren't respawning.
I think a lot of those traps are one and done traps. So we're in reasonable shape. We'll probably get locked in on this one, I would assume. You summoned a mummy. And then I summoned a... No, I summoned a mummy. You summoned a reaper. How precious. Well, it looks like Distributed never said anything and logged off. I saw him log off, but I assumed he'd be back, but... What time is it? It's 9?
Sometimes he's just in a hurry.
Well, I know that, especially during the work days, he has a tendency to in and out. And the chat may have been broken for him at that time, so he may not have ever saw us talking. They are apparently still having some issues with it. Hey, we found a trap finally, lads. Look at us. Double sack dropping. Thank you. Yeah, I'm such a collectible pig, hog, something. When they started adding the important Dragon Shard gems to the sack drops, I think I was very pleased. I think that's kind of what shifted my desire to pick those up as much as anything.
They were always throwaways before.
Well, they weren't always throwaways, but they were not nearly as important as some of the other ones, you know. Nope, I landed in the wrong spot. Like, when you have a chance to get those small and medium Dragon Shard fragments, even the larges, they pay off so much more than... The payoff is... It's like hitting the jackpot, right? It's just like when you pick up the mysterious fragments and you get that 50 or that 48 or whatever those big numbers are. Alright, so there's another 2,000, so there's 6,000 experience. The Jackal, some amount of experience, but I forgot how much. Let's call him another 2,000. So we're at, let's call it 8,000 experience after completing the quest so far. Oh no, I guess it was another 4,000. So 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So call it 12,000. Think we've been in here 12 minutes yet? After
right
we finish?
around the problem.
Plus another 1,000. So like I said, it just starts to become not as efficient depending on where the quest completes. Or we could have had somebody detour back and run all the way through the quest again. Speaking of detour, running all the way back through the quest again to go click it at the very end once the quest is done. Or someone could have stood there with the thumb up their bum for however long it took for the other person to go through it all. That doesn't sound like a lot of fun for that person.
Sure.
So, are you still cursed? Hang on, let me see if the NPC will curse. You look cursed. Are you sure you're not mummy rotted?
Well, I mummy rot, yeah, but
That's a curse.
yeah, but it doesn't keep you from healing.
It does. It half heals. There you
Oh,
go.
really?
Yeah.
No.
Now you're fixed. Or should be fixed.
Oh, sure.
This way my hireling, he's going to time out anyway, so we might as well use his heals. I don't know if he threw a curse removal on you or not, but sometimes they do. Alright. So yeah, that puts me in the last rank of this level. I'm pretty close to done. Is there something specifically at level this range that you struggle with that I could help you with for one more quest or whatever? Okay, because if there was, I would go help you knock out something, you know, in the 12-ish range. So I think when I take 15, I move into giant hole or other 13s at this point, and I suspect you're probably not ready to do that. You're welcome to come.
No, I'll come. Sure.
Okay. I'm not gonna be like, hey, you can't come, but if
Well, as long as there's no XP detriment.
Yeah, I don't know all the rules when it comes to that stuff anymore. It just has never been a problem for me for so long that because you play solo, it's hard to give yourself an XP penalty.
Are you hitting a giant hole right now?
It'll probably be a minute. It won't be a very long minute, but it'll probably be a minute. I'll take a quick look at Ravenloft sets really quickly and see if there's anything that like jumps out.
I just dump crap, so. So once you're a giant, well, I guess there's the.
Mm-hmm. You want to finish the thought?
Oh no, just that I don't have to. I guess once I'm a giant, I think we'll come back from the ship for a while. An hour anyway.
See, so this is an extra +2 to damage. There's another charisma. I think that's what sounds good to me. I don't think I care about improved turning, right? Although an extra.
I don't think you do.
I think light damage though to undead does sound good. But this scales again. It says specific with melee or range power, so I think probably don't care that much. 30 more positive healing amplification. This Vorpal stun Chaotic Outsiders is also good because this does hit Reapers. I'm not sure if I want to just do Charisma. What's my Charisma points? 44? I think at 15 though you get to take another doodad. Yeah, you do get another doodad. Yeah, I don't care about strength. Except... let's see. What's the DPS set? The family set, right?
Oh, yeah. I don't know.
I think that's what that one's called.
I don't. Crypt Raider. Of course,
No, that's the one I think I'm wearing now from Ravenloft.
Right. Of course, the Mist one, which I have on.
Yeah, the Mist one's really solid as well, but
Sure.
I chose not to wear
Adherent to
it.
the Mist, and Crypt Raider, and then
Yeah, I was thinking for the Ravenloft, or for the this level 15 range. Here, give me the level 15 items. Alright, thank you. Alright, Guardians of the Gate is Armor Class, PRR, MMR, Threat Generation, and Absorption. Part of the family is Double Strike, Melee Power, Helpless. Yeah, it's this one. So part of the family is, I believe it's an armor, a necklace, and a glove. Really? You're not gonna... Oh, the page just hasn't loaded any further. Alright. I think that this Herte's Influence set could be really good for certain builds. Not for what I'm doing, but it can be very, very powerful for a lot of stuff. Alright, here we go. So, Hammer Fist is one of them. The Sigil is another. And then we can go up to Enforcer's Plate if we really want. And that is 35 spell fail. Which, I'm not really casting a lot of spells anyway, so... What do we care? Enforcer's Coats. No, sorry. Enforcer's Plate. Enforcer's Plate. They're probably over here. There's the wild card. I think this is what Samus was wearing last... the end of last life, so it's probably what's on him. There's a family sigil. And then the gloves. Now the problem with they're taking these gloves off is the gloves are currently our charisma item. So we may have to do a little bit of... We have 2 enforcers cloaks or coats. We do, and that one's mythic, so this one gets to go to the trash can. Let's see, I breathe, so I need to be able to breathe underwater for this swim and giant hold.
Yeah, I was gonna say I won't be able to do the swim.
Oh, that's fine. I'll do all the crazy things. It's not a big deal.
The hard things.
I did it.
When I do giant hold, that's the one I skip. I VIP out of.
Oh no, I do all those quests. I even did the swim on the hardcore server. Or did the last 2 lives, or last... I don't think I did it all 3 times even. We definitely think we want to have this. Again, we got to figure out where we're going to put our charisma. Is going to be the real challenge with this this situation. All right, so that's True Scene and Deadly 6 on the necklace, giving up Constitution 6. This armor is just straight up an improvement. And then, oh, this is Seeker 8. So the question is that we're going to be giving up Manslayer if we put it on our ring slot. Because again, we primarily just lost our charisma there. So, oh, I guess this frees up our trinket. We could craft a quick trinket for charisma really quickly, probably. Grab whatever our miscellaneous trinket is. Because we can't put on this, like, hardy necklace of charisma. Collective Sight can do some stuff, but maybe we just craft up a quick pair of goggles, maybe? Let's bring up the CC Planner. And see what we can do on goggles super quickly. Intelligence, Wisdom, Seeker. Yeah, we can't do Charisma on goggles. So Trinket, Charisma. I guess we could do Light Spell Power. The other slot. Doesn't seem unreasonable. Okay. What would that be at level 15? 8? Close enough, I guess. Alright, so let's set this back to 1 to 20, and let's look for the trinket. We had crafted a special trinket, and I don't know if we left it or threw it up here. There we go. Here's our old junk trinket. So we'll clear it and make that happen. And then I'll be back to ride. So I think for now everything else probably still fine. Indomitable wrappings are still fine. Yeah, I think everything else is probably still reasonable. All right, 15. Charisma. And Rad. Man, I'm not gonna like put exceptional or anything like that on it. We don't care that much.
Third slot.
Yeah,
Extra slot.
it's just, this is just like a fill in for gear as we need it.
And you could always add it later.
Alright, so we can do prefix or suffix on the stat. And we can do either. So we'll do prefix and then we'll do rad. Yeah, there we go. Alright. So that makes our charisma 46. It's not the worst. Not the worst. I should also be... I should take the time to go grab the plus store stats that I've turned in from Reaper points for Charisma and Constitution. Both of those are both good for me. But I don't think I care. Alright, I want to pick up like another 20 of those. And I'm going to go pick up some eagle feathers. Eagle feathers. We're probably going to want like 500 eagle feathers. Level 2 Palladian spells seem okay. And then I think while we're running around picking up a new hireling, Can confirm that this thing is junk. Yummy, yummy. There we go. Alright. Items cleared. Junk items cleared. There might still be some not quite Switch stuff. You know, you think Twitch is broke? Is it acting squirrely? Twitch has been acting squirrely for a while. And we'll giant hold. Also, hi Jules. It's been a while, my friend. Hope you are doing well. So there's quite a few different bots that rated over. Also, people that don't have the volume turned on are not considered viewers anymore. So they might be people that have the tab up but the volume off, in which case then they don't get counted as viewers. If you leave the volume up but mute the tab, you count. But if you mute the Twitch volume on the Twitch thing, it doesn't. You're considered gone. It can be a pain. It can be a pain. All right, I picked up these quests. We probably won't do these right now, but I'm going to start the. I forget what it's called. Not the Cabal for one, but the other one on that side. But anyway, how are you and the young wife, Julian? Hopefully you two crazy kids are doing well. Yeah, feast or famine.
That's up over the bridge, right?
Yeah. You guys are I'm sorry to hear that, my guy. Did I know that? I might have known that. I'm sorry to hear that. I always root for love. That when people can't agree on a lifestyle, things definitely get complicated. Lifestyle and family, right? Those are the two things that cause the biggest problems. Usually translated into money and family. So what are you up to then besides hanging out here and working all the time? Last I checked, you were like you're both school and working. Something to be said about being patient and building together, right? Anyway, anything else exciting going on in your day-to-day? Games that you're up to? The Baldur's Gate, like, beginner, whatever you want to call it, sounds really fun. I've considered getting it, the pre-launch or whatever, but I haven't pulled the trigger on it. You're both schooling and working. You're currently waiting for some security applications to install. Sweet. Yeah, so some people, mostly beef, are going to give me a hard time about the Young Living essential oil stuff that my wife and I do. Most people also get a good laugh out of it when they hear my political leanings and then they add in like, but you're also into hippie stuff, and they get really confused. But they recently they rolled out a new sale or whatever and basically crashed their web server really, really bad. And my wife and I was trying to explain some of this stuff because, you know, back in the day, I was a web programmer developer for a small company here. And so I'm intimately familiar with these woes and problems. And she, why can't they just do this? I'm like, well, they should be able to do that, but it does cost about $12,000 to make that happen. Oh, well, why can't they just do this? I'm like, well, they can just do that, but it's going to cost another $12,000 probably. And she's like, I don't understand why it's so expensive. I'm like, well, this, or this. And it's really funny when you can take your computer experience and then try to explain it to the novices in the group. They're like, why can't they just... Because it costs money. That's why. Like the answer to everything on the planet. It costs money. But they definitely need some good network people, some good... I don't know if they're going to outsource everything. I don't know what exactly what their plan is. But told my wife if I was still interested in web programming and server maintenance, I would look into it. They're a good company apparently to work for. So if you're looking for something, wink wink, Young Living essential oils. You have to live in the middle of nowhere though, I believe. I think they're in Utah. Maybe you get a nice Mormon girl. Strap on your magic underwears and... I wish I had some magic underwears. Alright. What, in games, when you have time? Hardcore Minecraft? Man, I've not played Minecraft in ages. Haven't even installed it on this computer. I tried streaming it a little bit on my previous computer. So it's been... I think we just had our 4-year Twitch anniversary. Something like that. Nice Mormon girl doesn't sound too bad at this point. I don't know, man. If I was starting things over again, Now realize in the age of COVID, things are a little bit different because things are locked down pretty crazily. If it was me, I would pick the country and go find a nice girl that wants to become an American. I have a friend, for example, who finds Brazilian girls incredibly attractive. I'm like, go explore Brazil. They have dating services down there. I guarantee you come back with a Brazilian wife. A couple of friends that I know just got back from Japan. Actually, they spent a couple of years in Japan teaching English. I think they're both teaching English. For me, it's Germans. Oh man, sorry, my friend. Now we can't be friends anymore. We have to swear off Germans. My stepmother was a 6'6" tall, mean German woman. There can be no Germans. No, whatever it is that you're into. Said there's somebody out there for everybody. It wasn't the tall that was the problem. It was the mean that was the problem. All right, D-door right outside. Cabal.
Okay.
Because they raised the... Or sorry, not Cabal. Cabal for one. The other one. The one that you said you normally skip. Why is my brain not coming together?
I don't know. The one with the swim.
Crucible.
And the puzzle. And
The Crucible.
Crucible, yeah. The maze I can't do. And everything I can't do.
One that can kick your ass is a little... Oh, not your ass. Any ass. Okay. Just
I'm
not
sure.
yours.
It kicks mine. Yeah.
No, Julian. Julian said a woman that can kick some ass is a benefit as long as it's not his ass.
Oh.
I don't know. Love a strong woman, but I don't need one that... My wife has a problem of throwing things when she's mad. I'm fortunate that she is not stronger. I probably would be dead. If she was strong enough to put some real stank behind those when she's mad at me, I could be really dead. Oh, there's distributed off again. Didn't see him. Didn't see him log back on. Didn't see him say hello. Just God.
He'll be okay.
Ah, it's fine. You're many years my junior? Uh-oh, now we're fighting. And honestly, I don't think any girls my age are mature enough for that kind of girl you like. Oh, well. Again, my friend. It's a big planet. There's somebody for everybody. Probably 6 people for everybody, at least in Asia. Right? Isn't that the... If you find a girl that's 1 in a million, that means there's at least 6 of them over there. Ha, let the trial of the Crucible begin. Alright, I'm going. Let me in.
I didn't get through. Yeah, we don't go through.
Yeah, we don't get they get a head start. They gotta teach us a lesson.
Yeah, I haven't done this in so long, it's like, oh my.
Oh man, this quest is great. If you just want to like hang back and break things even, that's totally fine. If contribute what you like.
I had to get through the maze though.
Oh, that's fine. We'll get you through the maze. Maze is also easy.
So you say.
When I if you again, I will go into Samus teaching mode as much or as little as you tell me that you want.
There's none.
So okay, well then
I don't want to learn it.
I'll give you none. Instead, I'll just put up waypoints for you so you can follow the little lights when it's time. I said if you decide that you want to learn it, I'll be happy to teach you. If you decide that you don't care, you're just gonna get this experience, I'm happy to do that too.
Get the
So, I will make your experience as beneficial for you as possible. Anything on my end? I've been working on the bus pretty hardcore. I'll throw up a bus link pretty soon. Remington actually is in the process of getting ready to move out. That's pretty cool.
leaving.
Huh?
He's leaving.
Yeah, he's moving down the street.
Oh.
It's a true story.
Sure.
It's a true story. He and his best friend, who have the same birthday, a couple of years apart, but the same birthday, are looking at literally a house that's 3 blocks away, I think. I know, right? My hireling does not seem to be going where she's supposed to be going. Where are you going?
I don't know. I'm standing with her.
Yeah, so she should be running to a lever, the I lever in particular here.
I'm sure. No, it's the K lever.
I see that. She's really drunk, huh? It's fine. I'll just detour back and come in from the start. Anyway, while I'm running through things here, I'll throw up the fat halfling Instagram over here. I was kind of hoping that Remington would actually that things would work out in such a way that they would rent this house from us, my wife and I, and then we would be able to head out on the bus ahead of schedule. But I don't think that's going to happen. So we're going to have to still going to have to sell the house before we can take off. Which is fine. It's not a big deal, but alright. Do I have... No, I do not. Okay. It has to... Realistically, it needs to be sold anyway, so... Trying. It's just slow going. The funding on it is slower than I would like, is the main issue. Oh, okay, good. You did manage to run through here. You need to open that door again, girl. I know it was in your last use. Go pull it again. There we go. Now she's going. So you probably didn't read the post in there, but that bunny actually passed away that day, which is why we posted. We actually had a webcam on her for a while as part of the stream, which is why I posted it. We had quite a few people actually see if this opened up the way I wanted it again. Yeah. I'm going to detour one more time. Oh, it's fine. It's not a big deal. But yeah, she had been sick for a couple of days. She wasn't like super active. And the wife and I headed out on a quick camping trip for a couple of days down at the lake. And when we came back, she basically hadn't eaten or drank anything, I think, while we were gone. So we tried basically eyedropper feeding and getting her liquids. We couldn't get into the vet for a couple of days, and then when we finally did get into the vet, he took like literally one test feel and was like, yeah, she's full of cancer. We're like, yeah, we didn't know it was cancer, but we knew that there was something going on that it was unlikely that you'd be able to just fix. So we put her down that day. So all right, you want to stay over here where this broken barrel is. And in fact, if you follow this path around, you'll find a closed door, and that's where it'll be open in just a minute, but so head east. Nope, the other door there. Keep going east.
Yeah.
Okay, I did something. There we go. She was 7 or coming up on 8. She was like not young for... Keep it this way more. She was not young for a rabbit. She had a pretty full life, so... I think the wife decided she was closer to 7 than 8, but I feel like she's closer to 8 than 7. I believe, I don't remember for sure. Is that the picture of her? Yeah, that's when her fuzzy. A little bit further down, there's a picture of her angry that I had to give her a haircut. So... yeah, she was not a young chicken, as they say. Yeah, the wife still feels guilty about how much she was able to get into or out of the cage. But she had a real penchant for eating wiring. Like, she loved it. So she didn't get to get out as much as I think most people would wanted to have her out, though. But yeah, we've been having good times, taking it out, doing stuff. Spending some time out at the beach, trying to hike things around. We got the quartz countertops put in, and I'm actually starting on the roof deck, and the running water, like the hard plumbing, is in place. So now I need to get the water tank and the water pump, which is not going to be inexpensive, but it's not going to be too bad, I don't think. Alright, what is my wisdom? 20. Can I make it worse? I cannot. Alright, 20 is too big. We're going to have to just dance here. Which, I should be able to open this door eventually. Unless Raider, your wisdom happens to be like below 18.
No. I'm a wisdom build.
Yeah, Didn't
No way I
figure.
could get it
Didn't
below,
figure
I think,
that you would.
30 or something.
Yeah, I didn't figure you would have a very good shot at it, but you know, never hurts to ask. You're like, well, I think I found your problem on your cleric build with your 18 in wisdom.
How many? What's the probability of it actually being in that door?
1 of 6. It's 6 doors. It's behind one of those doors.
Right.
You
Keeps
could,
resetting randomly every time.
yeah, you could guess or bounce around or whatever. And then there's the book. It would give you a rough idea. I think the best you can get to is a choice of between 2. If you were to read the book every time.
Sure.
But I find this just to typically be easier.
You're getting really unlucky too.
What are you talking about? Every
Trying to
time.
find-
Every time, my friend.
There you go.
Every time.
It works 10% of the time, every time.
That's right. So normally I would just go out there and melee all this stuff, but since there's the 2 of us that are kind of ranged, you can come up here and range all this stuff now if you want.
Well, how do I get out of here?
Huh?
I'm still in the maze. I don't know how to get out of here. Did I miss something?
I walked right past you. Go
Yeah.
eat. Oh, hang on. Just stay right there. The quickest way for you to get there would have been for me not to start this fight. I thought you were right behind me.
I wish I was.
There you go. No, remember when I said go east? You're like facing a door, and I said no, not that door. Keep going east. I thought you were right behind me. I didn't realize that you had not carried on to the east.
Right.
But anyway,
Not
the
sure
ladders are down right beside you, or should be.
Right. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I might have to jump out there and go melee these guys. But yeah, the annihilating plus manslayer, getting some kills. Yeah, I could see a mini shot ranger build going to town in some places with one of these annihilating bows.
Oh, I fell back.
That's fine. There should be a ladder right
yeah.
beside you. Why are we not even getting attack rolls there? It must have been blocked somewhere. Alright, which crazy person is this sleet storm attached to? Probably that guy? Probably that guy.
Oh, he's way over in the corner.
I think it's this guy right here.
Yeah, he is.
And just run around. I think that's pretty much it. Okay, how familiar are you with my naming conventions for these wheels?
I think I can figure it out.
Okay. If you would like to pick a color, I will do the other 2, and then I will call them out. Or if you're watching the stream, you can just like look at my stream.
I'm not watching the stream, but I was this blue over here.
Okay. That will be fine. Alright, so blue is none, green is 1, red is ghost.
So the blue's first.
The blue is done. You don't even have to touch
Oh.
And green is 1 turn, if you happen to beat me to green. which
I'm
it
there
looks like
now.
you
So
would.
1 turn, so it's the upside down L.
Yeah, gun.
Oh, is that a gun? I guess so, sure.
Yeah. So if you look over here on this pattern, on this wall. Yay! Hey, thanks, Jules. Appreciate.
Right, it gives you all of them right there.
So this one, the first one, I call candy cane. Cause the main thing looks like a candy cane. This one I call gun because it's like got a hammer and a trigger and everything. The next one I call hat. Right, because it looks like a hat. This one I call Pac-Man Ghost or Ghost.
Oh.
H is pretty obvious.
H.
And then I call this one I, like the letter I, but I've heard people call it T. I've heard people call it double cross. Like, I've heard a bunch of different things, but...
I've heard it called scorpion.
Yeah, I've heard it called lots of different things. That's...
The little hump one is a snail or an elephant.
Yeah, I've heard elephant as well. Snail, I don't really see a snail, but I can see the elephant. So I said everybody calls them something different. But they should all default to that first position.
Right.
And so if you count from 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, then you should be able to just numerically tell people what the value is.
Right. Sure.
And we happen to have a situation where it was easy for me to do that. Alright, I'm going to go take this underwater swim. Again, it's very easy to do the swim if you have a hireling with you, because hirelings can cast spells underwater, because hirelings don't know that they're underwater, nor do they drown.
I didn't know that.
Yep. So, like, even if you take a bunch of damage, like I just took a whole bunch of damage right now, I can summon my hireling to me. I can't summon her underwater, but if she's already out, she can cast spells on me. Boink. So you just have to live long enough to get a heal. Or, if you die and they can res you, then they just have to res you underwater.
I had no idea you could do that.
You would if you watched my videos at YouTube.com.
You're right, if I watched more of your videos.
But yeah, the hirelings don't have the ability to know if they're underwater or not. Like the players do. Right. So I also think that there's other effects that would be of a similar problem. So it's just easier to have them not realize that they're underwater and can't cast spells. Just makes everybody's life easier.
I guess it makes their programming easier.
Yeah, instead of having to constantly be checking for environmental effects on whether or not they can cast or not. Because instead, every action has to be that. Right? It's the same thing about, like, if you summon them in the air, they're going to just fall to the ground. But they can still take all the actions that they need. So it just works out in a weird way. Speaking of Remy, it sounds like he's home. Early. Had a usual schedule. Alright, now we can go. Whee! Whatever buffs you might need, better hit them. He went to college for a year and a half and decided that he much rather work on his... He was working part-time at a nursing home. Still is, actually. Except now it's more like full-time at a nursing home. And he decided he just likes that more, so he actually is going to go to nursing school and get his RN, I believe. Here, he's got to take a prerequisite, and then he'll be off to nursing school. But yeah, he's old now. He'll be 21 on the 27th. My wife and I were married on the 26th. Remington was born on the 27th, and my wife was born on the 28th. All different months, but it gives me the ability to remember the actual days. 26, 27, 28. No, it doesn't make me feel old. Makes me feel like a job reasonably done. I don't know about well done, but reasonably done at least. In fact, if anything, I feel younger now than I did 5 years ago, 10 years ago. But that is when I was right in the middle of dealing with my migraine stuff, getting a handle on it instead of just trying to push through it. So it's a completely different kind of mindset for me that I've been working on over the last 3 or 4 years in particular to deal with the migraines instead of just trying to force them out. So I actually feel younger, I would say. Maybe not younger as much as better than 5 years ago, 10 years ago. You ready for experience?
Yeah.
This is a lot of experience. Bam.
Yeah.
I feel like you don't need those boots. Those boots are not good. Alright, so you have these chests, and there's a couple of other chests. For whatever reason, I'm feeling lucky, so I think I'm going to go back for the underwater chest. If you want to, like, basically follow, I can take you to the underwater chest, or I can take you to the maze chest, and you can recall out.
No.
Or you can just not worry about it.
I'm not gonna worry about it.
But
Random loot's like, eh.
yeah, the reason why I think I'm going to go for the underwater chest is I like those bracers.
Oh, okay.
In theory. So like right now I'm even wearing, I put let me get in the party chat. I put these on for the swim.
Oh, okay.
And I carry them around.
Sure.
And I think I would rather carry around the other ones if I had them.
Mhm.
Like jump is fine. But 10 more jumps not going to make or break me. Whew. He says right before he almost falls in a hole. So Restream has tweeted out, everyone in the gaming world has a username, and every username has a story. What is your story? So I've told this a lot over the years, but my story is actually pretty simple. I started using Samus, S-A-M-U-S, pretty early on, like 92, 90s, somewhere in that ballpark, as my name for flight simulators and other games that we were playing at the time. And, yep, I didn't get it. And a few years later, I think 94, Metroid came out. who's also the lead character in Metroid's name is Samus. Well, young Samus back then would get teased for having a girl's name. Young Samus then gave a shit. So he switched away from his girl name, Samus, by adding an I, pretty much at random, to his Samus. So for literal years, it took me quite a while as people made fun of me before that kind of irritated me. I said 94. I think it was 94. It feels younger than that, though. I feel like high school me wouldn't give a shit. I feel like I went to high school around 94, 95. Somewhere in that ballpark, 94. Heading towards Trial by Fire, by the way.
Okay.
Anyway, so I added that I just to kind of be Samus with an I. And now I've been called Samus for literally 14 years of playing DDO, basically. People call me Samus for forever.
Are you going into Trial by Fire?
Yeah, I'm about to step in now. Do you need a
No, go ahead.
waypoint?
I know where this stuff is.
Okay.
Rip you.
So Raider, do you have a sweet story behind your name?
Well, I was a bigger Raider fan back in the day. My grandfather owned a shop right down Coliseum Way, or the Oakland Coliseum. Went to park cars for Raider game. So, the name kind of stuck.
Yeah, I guess that would be a way to make a few extra bucks, right?
That money put me through university.
Yeah, I bet. For every sporting event was there.
Yeah, the bigger A's games stuff.
Yeah.
Like the playoff, because the A's were good back, so.
Well, I don't know much about your sports ball teams, but I can
Well, it was the Oakland A's
understand.
and Oakland Raiders in the 70s and 80s.
But I do know what it's like to. I've driven down Manhattan during a K-State football time, you know. So I feel you. I understand what it would be like to. I can imagine that's got to be a magnitude of even more. All right, are you familiar with this trick? If you hug this corner really tightly, those spiders don't come get you.
And you
can just keep moving. Yep.
Once you turn the corner and you get a few steps past, they won't spawn at all.
Yeah, well, the spawn location is somewhere in the middle, closer to the middle of that that intersection. So once you're away from the intersection, they don't care anymore. They're away from their spawner.
Like I said, this one I know very well. This used to be part of Dave.
Oh yeah, of course. Still a good one for leveling. Ooh, missed a bag. Missed a bag. I know. I enjoy all these quests.
Oh sure.
Forget who it was that was saying something about they wish they had another. It was Distributed saying he was tired of Giant Hold. Just like what?
I'm getting to the point where I'm soloing the trap with all the traps in it. And
oh, the maze?
Yeah, the maze.
Oh yeah, we'll have no problem doing maze pretty soon. Again, couple of tricks there.
I mean, for first time bonus, I always do the spiders.
You're welcome to do the spiders if you'd like. I almost never do the spiders because it's...
that's fine.
unless I have the ability to do the key or do the lock without burning a key. In my took a stun. Am I gonna have to do a big heal? I am.
I was gonna say, I think you were cursed or something.
No, I wasn't cursed. I just took a stun.
Oh.
Took a.
See, I was trying to heal you too.
Oh, it may have been a. I may have had the. No, was it a Plague Reaper? Or... It may have been a Plague Reaper. I don't remember. Then I always go over here and trigger this.
Oh, to open.
Well, you have to hit this, the flavor text to check off some sort of hidden checkpoint that hasn't fired off yet. And if you don't do it, then you have to be able to detour back out of the quest to be able to get it. Or you don't get the completion. So I always run up there just to make sure that I get it before I go down the hole. They don't always have detour. And then you have to, if you don't have it, then you gotta, and you realize it after the fact, you gotta buy Michael the Pious and have him come rescue you with his detour. I'm not about that life unless I have to be. Nice. Oops. It's not Mr. Collectible. That Dusk Brood Trumpeter is mine.
I got a flowering spore pot.
Another plague over here. Having the biggest sense of deja vu. But when you do this, you know, twice a month, 3 times a month, I suppose it's pretty easy to have a similar situation. Alright, I'm gonna go get that junk chest and that collectible. Mostly that collectible, but also that junk chest. Or mostly the collectible, but also the junk chest. Alright, perfect.
What do you plan on doing next?
Maze of Madness.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep going around the walk-ups now, because the walk-ups are all level 13, so level 15. If you get to the point where you need to level or something, just let me know and I'll...
Pretty soon.
Yeah. So it is not a big deal to pause that XP train for a minute or two while someone pops out to level. Of course, you get all of Ravenloft to do at some point.
Oh,
still.
yeah. I'll probably do it with playing.
Alright, would this guy spawn in, please? Thank you. Alright, so the real trick is using your hireling to open and close this door to start with.
Why is it?
Because when you come in here and you have them reclose the door, assuming that they don't run off to the wrong lever, you put yourself in a situation where you don't have to worry about, oh my god, why are you going to the wrong lever? There we go. So anyway, that door is tied to this door over here.
Oh. Okay.
So with that door closed, this door is open.
And that just makes...
I mean, it skips a chunk of stuff that you have to do, as well as sticking around there for those traps to go off. Like that trap, that intersection's not trapped, where the other one can be. Like, you're just avoiding everything that's potentially dangerous. Here, if the door doesn't open immediately, jump off.
Yep.
There can be a collectible in this area, but it doesn't look like there is today. Watch out for the spawns behind us over here. It's like they're on the hirelings. We'll go rescue the hireling a little bit. And then I don't have my jump stuff with me, but of course you could
I can't.
make crazy jumps if you wanted. You could be carrying around the 30 jump potions, Mr. Man.
Possible.
Well, they're literally in the guild chest.
Oh, I didn't even. Good.
Yeah,
I forgot. I shouldn't. I forgot.
Yeah, I keep those for peoples. All right, and then there we go. Probably gonna end up being over here. Oh,
Boo.
hey, what's up, Mr. Man?
I am home after being brain dead from work.
Yeah?
I was behind on my Relias, the online stuff. So my boss yelled at me about it, locked me in a box, and told me to finish it. But on the bright side, I've now made a lot of extra money.
I suppose that's a way to look at things.
I figured I should just come down here and explain to you why I'm home early.
It's not my problem.
I know. Okay.
As long as you're employed. Get ready to sign a year lease, you better stay employed. Hey, where are you going, crazy? Get in there. Oh my lord. Is it going to be one of these in here? No, it's not even there. Alright, it's going to be over here then. Yeah, I honestly don't even know how people do this without the hireling to... Oh, I must have figured it out because I just saw the
You must
hireling.
have to have a hireling.
I just watched the hireling run through and get killed.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean, if you don't have the ability to make the jumps, I don't know how you would.
You almost can't. You have to have some kind of...
Jump a hireling. One of the two things to get through this thing soloable. Just the random chest in here, unfortunately. Potentially interesting buckler. Probably not good enough for the buckler builds. But potentially interesting. As it is, if I remember correctly, if I saw it right, mithril of one of the new fancy double keyword things. And again, for ease of use.
She ran right through it.
You're fired, girl. Well, she's in attack mode, so she...
Oh.
I put her in attack mode so she would heal herself, but instead she's in attack mode to run through traps. Raider's the bravest. He sees me jump backwards. He's like, "Oh, I'll get in there."
Oh, yeah, dummy! I keep forgetting where the traps.
If there's a lever,
There's
it's probably
a remnant
trapped.
back here.
Ooh, fragmente. Fragmente. Take it. That's 9 to our spell power and whatnot. That's a big bonus. Yeah, I really enjoy this quest.
Did it really fast too.
Yeah, and we did it the long way. See, that's an optional worth the time. Okay. How close are you on your leveling?
What are we doing next?
I was gonna do the other 2 walk-ups, so...
I could do one.
Okay. Well, I was gonna say I need to use the restroom, so if you wanted to
Okay.
pop and do that, I'll go get to the quest and then take a minute AFK while I use the restroom, and then I'll get started. That'll give you a couple of minutes to level and come in and do everything that you need to do. For caster level, yeah, it should be 9. He'd use the restroom as he takes yet another big drink of tea. I'm actually, wow. I have put down 6 cups. More than 6 cups. More than 6.5 cups of tea since we started this evening stream 2 hours ago. No wonder I gotta use the restroom. And I put down, I think I drank almost the entire container from this morning stream as well. And then as soon as we finished, I ended up going and drinking, I think, just 1 big glass of tea at the restaurant because the waitress never came back and got a refill. So yeah, my kidneys are working overtime today. Wow, we were able to save the hireling just under the wire there. Alright, so before I run this corner and find a fight, I think I'm going to take that minute AFK, use the restroom. For those of you who are interested, I'm going to throw a couple of links in the chat for you. I'm going to throw my Patreon link out there. I'm going to throw my YouTube link out there. I should probably get a button set up for the Instagram account. But we'll get to that at some point. But I will manually throw it out there for now. There you go. So if you're interested in helping us out either financially, Patreon's a great way to do that. If you're interested in helping us out for free, youtube.com is a great place to do that. You know, watch, interact, share those videos or whatever. And of course, if you happen to be an Instagrammer, Following us on Instagram, keeping up to date with the bus, stuff like that. Also a great way to help us out for free. All right, everybody, with that, I'm going to take a quick minute or so break. I'll be right back. Oh, man. I have a hell of an interesting conversation piece now, just coming from the restroom. Maybe a little bit of an adult nature for many of you. But I assume most men have a penis hanging preference. So what I mean by that is that left or the right or straight down, right? Like your default position where your dangling hangs out. And I feel like most men have learned what that preference is, whether consciously or subconsciously, and they tend to pre-shift, right? So like I step into the restroom, I know that I need to be slightly to the right of the toilet because I tend to lean left when it comes to Johnston properties. And
Okie dokie, yeah.
today's a day that I apparently was going to lean to the right. And I apparently missed the toilet with my initial shot. And I was like, what? And I had to clean up a little mess on the floor. A little test sprinkle. This is very weird. You don't have that problem? It's like the first time I think that's happened in... I can't even tell you how long. I bet that's not uncommon. Good morning, Thakar. I always feel like days where your Johnson doesn't hang the way that it's supposed to hang for you, then you have a really awkward day. I know I'm not alone in this. There's zero chance that I'm alone in your dang-a-lang
Never
dangle
thought about
position.
it before till
Now that I could believe. I could believe that people don't think about it. Because how often do you really think about your dang-a-lang and where it's hanging? All glory is fleeting.
I can't say ever, so...
What? I have to make sure, because I'm supposed to clean up the downstairs restroom that I use next to my office. So I make very careful that I don't make a mess in the restroom. I don't want to be cleaning up a mess. So today's the first day in a very long time I made a little mess. Had to clean it up. Didn't like it. Alright, we're done here. Glorious Monster Manual deeds. I've killed many a dwarf this day. And hit a jackpot. And this is the optional. So, as usual, I not remembering which way to go cost me time and extra kills that I didn't need to kill.
Go back.
Yep, like most things, if I had the ability to open locks, I would stop and do it. But since this build does not, I'm gonna move on.
Can't.
Well, I'm not gonna waste a key for... I don't know what I put the value for the keys at, but I think they're more than less than like 1,000 experience. I'd probably screw around and do it. But I don't think any of these optionals are 700 experience. Had to cheer up your cousin, his oldest, 16, and doesn't listen? Well, that's normal. The important thing to keep in mind is it's very difficult to screw up your age at 16 forever. So, what's the worst that this kid possibly could have done? Made a kid? Yeah, okay, that's not great. Like, to really mess up your life at 16 forever, you gotta commit a serious felony, I think. And it's gotta be bad enough that they try you as an adult. Otherwise, you kind of come out of everything. But I would advise you teach the kids the 3 rules as early and as often as possible. So I feel like I drilled the 3 rules into Remington so much that I think that's a big part of why he and his ex-girlfriend are just that now.
Dropping so many of the souls.
Well, that's just it. When there's 2 people using the souls, then it's a little bit better.
There's a remnant back.
Yeah. Finish cleaning up this mess, and then I'll pick it up. And a chest, too. Fragment chest. Nice. Nice.
Champ chest.
I wish they would give us a I never ever want this list. So it would like...
So don't drop it, yeah?
No, I don't care if it still drops, but like... It
Don't
basically...
put it in my bag.
Yeah, it's like an exclusive when it comes to the loot all button. So if I hit the loot all button, I want to exclude things. Like, I don't need thieves toolkits that are not plus 5 or better, right?
Yeah.
I don't need healer kits or repair kits. I don't need arrows. You know, I don't need bolts. I don't need your potions from the loot all. If I double click it and manually click something, okay, then I've chosen to manually put it into my backpack. But for the loot, oh, there's a Fear Reaper in the way.
Oh, yeah.
Let me deal with this before we...
Here.
Fear Reaper dots can stack up annoyingly quickly. Yeah,
I was actually a caster hitting with fire damage.
Yeah, the scorching rays that they fire out are pretty tough. But
I don't have the ship buff.
I ended up taking something like almost 100 damage a tick from Fear Reaper dots like relatively recently before I realized that I was taking Fear Reaper damage. Like, oh, well. that's the case, now I know where all this damage is coming from. How are you not dead? Did I just kill you so fast, the other guy so fast that... Huh, weird. I've not had a situation where the elementals didn't dissipate. Alright, and then, did you go take your level? You must not have, right?
I am.
Okay. So yeah, I'll go start, Cry for Help, and you can come in whenever you're ready. Sploosh. Oh, thank you, Thakar. Appreciate that. I have a hell of a playback delay on my Twitch. I don't know how bad it is for you guys, but it's at least 30 seconds on my playback at the moment. But I do think the reason why it's so bad on my end is because I haven't cleaned it up. And for me, it's definitely loading. When, depending on what show the wife streams, it definitely eats up a lot of the bandwidth. And it's Big Brother season, so she is streaming the hell a lot. She'll stream her show, plus she'll have the Big Brother stuff streaming. Also, looks like Twitch in general is just being squirrely because I went to refresh it. As long as we're not dropping frames. Oh, we got an encoding overload here though, but yeah, I'm just gonna have to pause the playback. I'm not gonna be able to watch the playback. So in the event that something squirrely happens, somebody has got to let me know by the chat, please. One of the things that counts as going squirrely is if I stop questing and I just stand there. Even if my face cam still is working, if the quest stops, please tell me. Apparently the last quest we did last night, I stepped into the quest and I did the entire quest without anyone saying anything about me not actually doing anything. I completed the entire last quest without anybody seeing it. Of course. I should have just walked across. I knew that wasn't going to be quite right. Well, as a rumor had, we wasted some of that, not all of it. Certainly more of it than we should have wasted. I'm actually kind of tempted to do an internet speed test while we're streaming to see how much it's currently affected. Like I said, the wife has been having work issues in the mid mornings for like during my AM stream. like usually before it actually. Like I'll get up and I'll kind of get around for the AM stream, and that's when she starts to notice a problem. In that 10 o'clock time frame. I called and they said, yeah, but there's no problem going on our side or anything, and everything seems to be running correctly. But things had better continue to move at a reasonable pace. So we hit all these buttons. Guess we're going this way first. Yeah, you did a good thing today. What's that? Reaper jumped down and chased me over the water. So he's a plague or some sort of melee. Turns out he's a plague. Really wish the Reapers had a little bit more definitive graphic style to make them easier to tell apart. The Vengeance Reapers, I think, are done reasonably well. Wish they would do something for the rest of them, though. Alright, Raider, how we do? Oh, you made it in the quest, it looks like.
Got a little lost, but made it.
That's fine. I'm just gonna check on you and see how close you were, because we're getting close to the final room here. Again, I don't mind holding up if you were still working on stuff, but seeing as you are here, don't feel like I need to worry about it. Alright, Jules, you have a great one, my friend. Thanks again for your support. I appreciate it. Hopefully, you'll be able to pop in and check in with us a little more often. I'm going to, here soonish, I'm going to start spending more time playing a variety of games again. I've been focusing really hard most of my time on DDO of late, trying to grow that portion of the stream base. But I want to start getting back into some other games occasionally, so hopefully we'll see you. Yep, whenever you have time is amazing. said swing by when you get the chance and let me know how tricks are going. Also, I suppose house tricks is not a common saying everywhere. Wouldn't have thought that. I would have assumed that everybody had that as a phrase, house tricks. Yeah, I think that, somebody higher up is going to have to motivate people to make some sort of daily dice bag. And it could work the same way it works now, or it could charge up. It doesn't have to be a bag either. It would probably be even better if it was a staff or something, a different gym altogether. And it ate the daily dice. Let me take this and eat it. It eats the daily dice experience, and then you could eat that later. Like, maybe it's a book. Spellmaster's Necklace of Charisma. So. Not for the level. For the level, it's crazy. But, and then the book goes blank. But have it be not just exclusive, but exclusive to the point where if you have two, your account gets a report sent to you, or not to you, but to SSG. Or it could just literally be a bag. I know they didn't intend it to be that way. They didn't intend, and that's their excuse. They didn't intend for it to be something that people saved up to skip a level, the early levels. But they're just not a prize or whatever after that. Again, to me, a lot of that inventory stuff boils down to how to put it. Short-sightedness during the planning stages of certain things, like the TR system, like, here's that thing. Convalescent, which is healing amp, repair amp. Oh, never mind, it's bad. Short-sightedness when it came to the original design of the TR system. Let's see, this should be our first GH. Yeah, just the first one. Alright. So now I usually go to Lord's March Plaza and finish up the level 15. And then I usually come back and do these at 16.
Okay.
So I'm going to go hit the ship buff and whatnot. Yeah, I like the idea of the daily dice. I feel like they're good to have daily dice. It incentivizes and trains people that there's a place that they can go to just get cool stuff. And that for just a few shards, they can hit that button again. Right? Or the bonus double dice. Already did that part. The bonus double dice weekends, same thing. It incentivizes people to store them up. Now, you can do what I do and just have an alt that takes them. But then when you're transferring them back to the character that needs it, you have to have a lot of space. So I would be incentivized to buy more shared bank space if it was available. I don't think I can get more. I would have to look, honestly, to see if I could have more shared bank space. I'm not paying attention to your storyline, buddy. Let's see, what does the shared bank say the maximum? See, this is a maximum of 270 slots. I only have 220 slots, so I should probably unlock some more slots. Share and share.
Thank you.
Yep, no worries. I mean, it's fine. I realize the concern is people duplicating XP stones is probably a fear that they have. And I can respect that fear for sure. But I also feel like most of the people who are busy duplicating items would currently just don't care about XP gems compared to like autos boxes. But I could imagine a situation where they're concerned that when that particular problem get resolved, that they don't want to create a different problem, which again I can respect. But at the same time, I would appreciate it if they would. There's some storage options that need to be put into place just from the sheer amount of stuff that we have received. Like, we have got to get a cosmetic footlocker sooner than later. It's just, it has to happen. I know they like to tell us that they don't know how to do that, but that is just... It may be factual that they don't know how to do it, but how to do it is already done. Because you can't put non-cosmetic items in this slot. So there's a test. Now, that test may not currently be known how to apply it to a bag or a box or something, but you should be able to figure it out. Oops. Missed a wave.
So how do I get this quest?
Summerfield? I shared it.
Oh, it's Summerfield. Well, it's not clicking.
If you may have to go in and manually tell it to skip ahead, but you should be able to get it. Are you sure at the right quest?
Well, I'm in the plaza, but...
In the plaza at the Summerfield district door? Or are you at the wagon?
I was on the other side. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Boy, it's been a while since I've done.
Oh yeah. These are another quest chain that I do pretty much every life, so.
Right.
They're old enough to be easy reapers compared to other stuff like the newer reapers. They don't have like a big mix of mobs. They're pretty much all the same fleshy type things, with the exception of the quest with the Medusas in it. So you don't have to worry about like a lot of oozes and stuff mixed in, or a bunch of undead randomly mixed in. And they're very fast.
You say.
Say what?
That's what you say. Sure.
I mean, at this level range, right, at level 15, what do you do besides Giant Hold?
Well, I'll do a bunch. I'll stay in whatchamacallit for a long time. The Sands, then do Giant Hold, and I can usually get through with that.
So I did.
And then little stuff here and there.
So I did every quest out there except for Chains of Pain, because I feel like it's really long for the amount of experience you get.
I do it just in case, there's people raid.
Yeah, see,
So
I almost never see anyone do the raid. But you won't flag for Vaughn, but you'll flag for Demon Queen.
well, I'll flag for Vaughn if I need to. Absolutely.
Well, you just
But
said
so fewer people do the Vaughn raid than Demon Queen.
you feel like there's more people that do the Demon Queen raid than the Vaughn raid at
Yeah.
level.
There's always that chance of getting the clicky.
Clicky.
The
Curious what clicky you're talking about.
it's the spell point clicky.
Are you talking about the spell storing ring?
Yeah, sorry.
That's in the Explore area.
Yo, but do you need the ingredients to give it the full?
Okay, so you're talking about the epic version.
Oh. Okay, yeah. Sorry.
No, I mean it's fine.
Well, maybe so. You're right. I was confused. Right.
Yeah, I'm just like, how many people
Yeah,
run
I
it
guess
at level?
no, but, yeah, and I guess at heroic, yeah.
Yeah, at heroic levels, it's not that popular. Well, again, it's not always what it is you're saying, Gore. It's usually how you say it. So you can give, like, you can give feedback that's critical as long as you do it from with an obvious position of care and positivity. So, like, for example, let's say that there was a while that Raider's weapon did not seem very good, right? And I, instead of being like, dude, what piece of shit weapon are you using? Instead I was like, hey, I don't know what you're using. I pulled some of these things that seem really strong. Is it something that would help you out? Stuff like that. So again, it's about how you phrase the thing that you're talking about, as opposed to what it is you're trying to say. Because on one hand, if I go, Raider, what the S are you using, man? Your gear is bad.
Bunk. It's crap.
Right. And he's like, piss off, man. My gear is fine. I get the job done. Or I'd be like,
Sure
hey.
what we're talking.
Huh?
Not even sure what we're talking about.
I don't either. Thakar says that he's been holding his tongue all day because his opinions were upset people. So I'm curious what opinion he has that's going to upset people. Oh, I bet you were at the wrong quest door too. I bet you were at this door. The Fashion Magnus. I bet you that's what's
Actually,
going
I went to the other one first, but yeah. I went to the harbor.
on. Okay,
first.
yeah, that's the technically the second one on the quest, but I do it next. Yeah.
Which one are we doing now?
That one, the Blockade Buster, the one out in the harbor,
Oh.
is where I'm on my way to now.
So you have to go through the harbor to get it?
No, I shared it with you, I think. Blockade Buster. Yeah, you have it.
Right.
It's in the harbor.
Oh, see, okay. Okie dokie.
So the quest giver is in the Lord March Plaza building.
Right.
There is a door that will teleport you to the harbor right next to the quest. And then you jump on the raft in the harbor.
Okie dokie. So, I don't think I've ever played this before.
Okay. Well, then you are going to have a blast, because this quest is fun. Let me know wherever you get into the quest.
I'm in.
Okay.
Where do I go?
There's a boat to the right,
Okay.
which... towards me, the other right. South, I suppose, is the way, the cardinal direction. So there's 3 boats. One in the north, that's north. One in the middle and one in the south. I'm currently on the one to the south. That one is to the east.
Oh.
There you go. Now you're on the right direction. Fade Wilds is like when they dropped Cyber Atoll, the Reaver's Refuge quest. Alright, come this way. I'm going to grab this baggie first. Alright. So each boat has a captain with a bonus chest. And each boat somewhere has a crest that you need to go into the very bottom of the boat where the mines are at. So we're currently looking for the crest to act as the key. The first captain is up here. I killed him and took his chest. It's right here. This is where like that sweet little named armor comes out of. There's a couple of them, and the marks come out of here, so you can like craft a couple of the Sword of Cauldron weapons.
Okay.
Then we're gonna start working our way downstairs. I haven't found the crest, so it's gonna be down here around the corner. Oh, I took a negative level. What a jerk. If you have stealth, you can stealth through here. I've seen people invis through here.
Sure.
I've seen people red alert through here. I wouldn't advise it on Reaper.
Right.
And then we put the crest in and we can go down one more floor. And then there's a bunch of casters in here. There should be a couple of collectibles, stuff like that. So what they mean by the gear like in Sharn is that it's going to be that power level at 29. Alright. So then you loot the various chests. And if you have enough intelligence, you can unlock these mine doors, which is the top option. I do not. If you did, and you wanted to, you could take this doorway right here, and you will teleport outside of the boat, on the side by the raft, so you can swim towards the raft. But before you were to do that, you would set a time limit on this. So I'm going to set it for 15 seconds, and we're going to take this D door. So, again, if we were to have the intelligence to unlock that door, we could set it for 15 seconds, teleport out that door, and start swimming this direction. And then that boat is going to explode in 1 second.
Right, sure. Okay.
And now we're going to repeat that process on the next 2 boats. There's a captain somewhere, depending on which boat, they're in different locations, and their crest is in different spots. So there's only so many places it can be per boat, and the captains don't change per boat. The captains are always in the same spot on the boat, on their boat. So like this captain will be in the captain's quarters. So I'm going to go check the galley, see if that doodad's in here. It is. So I'm going to kill this stuff, pick up the crest, come back out to you.
Fear Reaper out here.
Fear Reaper out here. You have taken some damage, sir. Again, don't forget Fear Reapers you want to get in melee range if possible.
Yeah, I keep.
Alright, and then just for reasons, we're gonna go here to the captain's galley, or the captain's quarters, and we're gonna go kill the captain. Now the captain will come through this little hole when he sees us. Oh, looks like he's got a Reaper with him too. I'm gonna kill this Reaper first. But if we hadn't already woken everybody on this ship up, you could keep crew members from ringing the little bell and waking everybody up.
Sure.
But because we've already did that, I'm not gonna worry about it. Okay. Yeah, screw that guy. Let's just walk around the boat. Over the top and down the other side to the lower decks.
So all the boats have the same layout for this part?
Yeah, the difference is where the bad guys are on, basically, and the lower deck's a little bit different. Like this one doesn't have the wall. And the floor plan's a little more open. But for the most part, they're basically the same. Hey, Rhett, I actually was really hoping to talk to you tonight. I was curious how your Faye Buckler experience has been going. Did I miss a guy? There's a guy.
Hello.
Hey, there he is. Yeah, I checked on you earlier and I saw that you had gotten to 21. I was wondering if you got the things and figured out your issues. Wacka wacka?
Just a second. No, it's been going just fine. DPS on it is doesn't seem to be the best, but it's definitely not bad. Survivability is very good.
Yeah,
The
you're
healing's
using those
gotten better.
rapiers though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see, it's not really made for that. But that should free you up, what, like 7 or 8 action points at least?
Mm-hmm. It's serving just fine. I mean, Toll was running next to me with his alchemist, just nuking the hell out of everything. So, you know, what little things are left over, I'm handling just fine. It's not an issue.
Sure. And you figured out the healing?
Yeah, I didn't realize the brilliance thing. I didn't read too much of the enhancements when I was clicking them, so I wasn't sure what it was actually doing. So on second, whenever you mentioned it, I went back and looked at it. Now I imagine that I haven't really messed with it too much because I was running his character for the last couple of days. But I'm assuming when I put more gear into devotion and items and such like that, it's going to just increase the brilliance effect.
Constitution.
Okay.
It's based off of your Constitution score.
But no, it's been just fine.
And then the other warlock one with from the other tree where you just put 4 points in it. I can't think of what it's called now. The something health. This guy is also in his quarters. So it gives you a bunch of temporary hit points again, I think equal to your Constitution modifier. This guy does cast a nasty disintegrate, so try to stay in a straight line between me and him. So if it does throw a disintegrate, you won't get it. Feign health, right? I think that's what it's called.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, the feign
I'm
health.
about to open it up.
So every time you cast any spell that targets you or an ally, they'll get temporary hit points equal to, I think it's your Constitution score? So again, you kind of have like this weird Constitution / Charisma thing. Like you want Charisma for all your to hit and damage, and shenanigans for your swashbuckling. But then you also want a big fat Charisma so you can get all those temporary hit points every time your aura fires off.
Yeah, here it is. When you cast a spell on yourself or allies, you grant temporary hit points equal to 100% of your charisma score. These last for 3 minutes.
So that one is Charisma. The Brilliance is Constitution, I believe. And I believe that one is double your Constitution modifier once you're level 21? Or 20 or something? And that again also works with your allies. So your little baby healing spell does a little bit of healing because you're in Reaper mode, but then a whole lot of temporary hit points.
Okay, so when help me understand this because I'm just a dumb old teacher sometimes here.
Oh man.
With the fade health, 100% if I cast spells on myself, so it's like.
Hang on, I'll be right back, Reader. I haven't clicked the
Yeah,
veto
go
by
ahead,
mistake. Alright, go ahead, Rhett. Carry on.
No, I'm just trying to figure out when I cast. So when I buff myself, it's just gonna keep stacking on.
I don't think it's cumulative.
Okay.
So you can't get like 5,000 temporary hit points because you cast a bunch of spells a bunch of times. But it'll give them to you every time.
And then now, is that attached to my brilliance?
No, there'll be different pools, I believe. So you can have both your brilliance ticking and that ticking. Yeah, that detour timed out. Great. Alright. I don't think I can get out of here in 15 seconds, but I'll try. I may explode. In fact, I feel likely to explode. Yeah, I'm going to explode. Well, that was my bad, so I'm not going to make any... Oh, did I somehow get away because I was in a loading screen? Oh no, I took a bunch of damage. I just had enough hit points to live. Ha! That's funny. And there's no in reward in this this quest because there's like 6 chests for sure.
Right.
But yeah, you can get the Brilliance temporary hit points and the Feign Health temporary hit points.
So the best thing to do would be just to figure out, I guess, like which one of my, like if I want to use that help, because I mean I'm not a big user of temporary health points. Can I use that as a heal?
Yeah.
It's only temporary if it goes past X amount of whatever.
No, it's like hit points that go on top of your hit points to start with.
Say
So
I'm
like
at 50% health points, it doesn't just heal me.
no, you'll get the 100, you'll get like the 50 hit points, but it'll go on top of whatever you currently have. So
Okay.
let's say you do Cure Light Wounds for 60 healing, right? Which is pretty generous in Reaper, right? But it'll
Okay.
give you 72 temporary hit points. So if you were at 100 hit points when you cast it, you would get your regular hit points healing of that 50 hit points or whatever we said, and then you'd get that 72 temporary hit points. So your hit points would change to 100 or 222, right? But if you cast a spell that did 10 hit points when you were at 100 and you still got 72 temporary hit points, you'd go to 182. So you'd get your 10 points of healing, then you'd gain whatever temporary hit points. So like if you're watching the stream, which I don't know if you are, but if you're watching the stream, you'll notice how I have this plus 38 down here at the bottom.
Yeah.
The reason I have that is because when my aura ticks off, I get 38 temporary hit points. You'll notice how that goes above my maximum hit points. So I have 623 of 500.
585.
Yeah, 585. So I take some damage, which I don't even know if I have a way to take damage right now. It would
take the 38 before it would take the
correct.
base.
Correct. And then when my aura re-ticks off, I would re-get those 38 again.
Now about aura, help me understand that's just the visual effect that we're seeing on the screen, the purple.
That's every time that goes off and does damage. So like,
And does damage. Okay.
well, it doesn't have to do damage, but every time you see it physically go off and do something. So like every time this training dummy takes damage, that's when my aura ticks off. It doesn't exactly line up with the graphic, is what I'm
Gotcha.
trying to say. So for me, and also for you, because you have the same thing, it's going to be every 4 seconds. Even if the graphic doesn't quite line up every 4 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
So every 4 seconds you should get the 38 temporary hit points. And then if you cast the Feign... Alright, bud, have a good night.
Yeah. Take care. I'll see you guys.
You too. But the Feign Health will also stack with that. So it's actually better to have temporary hit points because they are not reduced based off of being in Reaper. So again, any spell that you cast, if you cast a buff, if you cast the cure spell, whatever you do on you, it should you should get those hit points. You cast a shield spell, hit points from the Feign Health.
So, for example, like I have Focusing Chant as a very cheap spell.
Yep.
I can cast it myself. I
Perfect.
should kind of keep that down in my hotbar and kind of use it as one of my cycle throughs in general combat. Yeah.
Well,
If you
what
need,
I do is I throw rage on everybody and that gets them all temporary hit points.
yeah. So anything that you cast that you want to get a heal on, you can do that on. So like if you can use a heal spell, you can use any of your frequently cast short duration buffs. You may not want to take and like extend them or whatever, because you may just want to have the ability to hit that again to make sure that you recycle those temporary hit points.
Okay.
Because again, if you're fighting a Reaper, you're gonna want to have the ability to be like, oh, I took 75 points of damage or 100 points of damage, whatever it is, because it's not going to be a lot because you're going to have a pretty high MMR PRR. Like you should be at least like what probably 130 by now.
No, I'm pretty low. I don't have the gear for it. I'm in the 90s.
I don't know what you're missing. Everything except for the swashbuckler should be pretty common. And you are using some sort of guard breaking buckler, right?
Yes.
Okay. Doesn't have to be a swashbuckler, although those are the best.
I'm using the moon guard. It's got the
it's
guard breaking on it.
It's significantly worse, but doable.
Well, I mean, it has insightful magic sheltering and magic quality magic sheltering.
Again, again, substantially worse, but not terrible. It's just the swashbuckler is it's very, very good. It does everything you're looking for. Big double strike.
I will say that as far as my very limited, maybe a half a dozen or so attempts at running melee characters, it's definitely the most forgiving build running R1, R2, R3 solo that I've played.
Oh yeah, as you get used, because it's like a light tank, right? It's not a heavy tank. It's again you would be much better off with the DPS or the dagger if you had one. And in Epic, like you could get away with like the ethereal dagger for quite a while, or the level 21 dagger from what is that quest called? Like that first Ravenloft quest out in King's Forest. Like a sacrificial dagger or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
Like you can use those for quite a while and not have a problem. At 23, if you have the raid dagger, that would probably be the best from
Caught in the Web.
Yeah, from Caught in the Web.
No, I don't have any of that stuff. I don't like the daggers. I've got staffs. I've got all the magic stuff. I don't have any of the melee stuff.
Yeah, but if you didn't have that, I really don't think it's that big of a deal to have something else. Again, I literally have used the level 21 dagger on more than one occasion. Or level 21 dagger from Keep on the Borderlands. And it was fine. So I would not worry about it. Again, unless you happen to have like a sweet epic or rapier or something that you just are in love with, I would reconsider that dagger stuff.
Well, it's just a matter of literally have 0 daggers. There's not a single one that I currently own, versus I have almost all the rapiers in the game.
Yeah.
What server are you on?
He's on Serlona. I'm just trying to think of like what dagger outside of like the low level leveling daggers would you need? And again, that raid dagger is good, but I don't know if it matters. It really is all about the swashbucklers though. Which obviously the Cove is not going. It's also possible that the spectral daggers are good enough, or the spectral bucklers are good enough, or the daggers from the event would also probably be good enough as well. I'm gonna actually go back. I realized the second I clicked this ladder that I missed a fragment.
On your coverage on the website, it doesn't look you go into much discussion on Destinies. What do you prefer?
So I always
Meld?
What?
Meld?
Yeah, meld's fine.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
So I always twist the shield spell in that increases your shield stuff. It's like a level 1 twist, I think, maybe a level 2. I have to look at my twist stuff to actually see. Again, because you're a buckler shield person, so you want to have that kind of stuff going. And then you can really kind of pick how you want to do. Like, it can do kind of anything. So you can be in the defender tree, and obviously if you're in that tree, you don't have to worry about your heal or your twisting that in, right? Because you're gonna have it. You can also do the only thing you can't do is the rage stuff, right? Because you're never going to be rage because you're going to be in the defensive fighter stance. So you don't want to be in fury, but you can do. I think the last time that I was screwing around a little bit in the epics, I think I was in. What is it called? Legendary Dreadnought, using Blitz.
Yeah, I think Legendary Dreadnought gives you haste speed attacks on your weapon. But...
Yeah, you should already have that through the regular tree. Through Bard, I believe, right? Bard. Yeah. But I used to, when I was doing all of my epic lives and stuff, I would do a lot of stuff with the Divine Crusader, like picking up guys, run into the running until I could drop a circle, and then circling. Worked out pretty reasonably. But again, you can kind of get away with whatever you want, really. Again, when I built it, it was really kind of set up for doing stuff, for working the lives. The other thing besides, screw it, I'm just gonna pull this up. It's gonna yell at me all day, but it's fine. So like I said, so it's a level 2 legendary shield mastery that gives you 5 PRR and 7 double strike. And then, like I said, I used to do Divine Crusader a lot. I believe Meld is good, Grim Precision's good because you're already doing like precision and stuff like that, so you're already bypassing fortification. So you're just getting more fortification bypass. Is there something else in particular? Those two. I don't know how many doodads you have access to.
How many what?
How many things you have access to?
Wait, twist points.
Yeah, twists.
Oh, I got 22.
22. And you can also be in being in the Bard tree is actually really strong for that build as well. Because you are taking advantage of both spell points and spell power and melee power. So if I remember right, the bard, like almost everything over here on the left hand side hits both healing power and melee power. So that's also a reasonable tree. With like the martial hymn being probably the best thing to twist in if you're not going to be in that tree. So I would.
Don't underestimate the dodge.
Yeah. So I would. The meld is very, very good. I will agree. But if you, again, I don't know what your things are. If you twist it if you did a 4 in your first slot, you could get away with a 2 for sure. What else could you get away with? Do you know, Rhett? Can you do like a 4-3-2?
I don't think I can do a 4-3-2. I think I can do a 4-2-2 or a
4-2-2.
if I checked.
Okay, then yeah. Depending on what tree you wanted to be in, I would make sure that I had the legendary shield master, and I would make sure that I had the melee him. But you can pretty much be in any of the destinies. Like, which ones do you need to fill in?
Everything's full except for the caster ones.
Yeah, you can
So
get
I
away
guess
with
if
the
I need
caster
to hang
ones.
out in Fate Singer and fill it up.
Yeah, if you were in Fate Singer, that'd be an easy life. Like, that'd be a real easy life. You could also even do, like I said, you could do the charisma tree. It wouldn't be awesome, but it would be fine. It eventually give you wings, a bunch more charisma. You could theoretically do the burst or whatever if you wanted. It would be medium, but you could do it. Must be bedtime. I hear the pitter patter of people going to bed. But yeah, I don't usually spend that much time at level 20. I believe I kind of talked about it in the video, but I didn't put it on the website. I know I started the video fighting in epics. I went and did like Bargain and Blood or whatever. So it's there. Oh, I was just saying that I thought I heard you coming downstairs.
Sinus has gotten progressively worse, and now my whole head up here hurts.
I'm sorry to hear that.
The other day when you were, what it felt like, or was your nose just running? Did your sinuses hurt?
Well, yeah, but mostly probably because they were mostly just running. They weren't like backed up.
I'm also tired, so I'm hoping because I'm just now starting to get like achy, but I think it's because I'm tired.
I don't know.
But yeah,
I did start getting a little achy yesterday.
My nose is running and stuffy. Kimmy said that Ruby was sick.
I almost, if we would have had fresh chicken broth yesterday, I would have broke my fast to have a bunch of chicken broth.
I don't know. I'm going to bed and you will get some sleep before tomorrow. Take some inner defense.
Sounds good.
Take some more in the morning.
Give me some of them kids of sweetness.
Yeah, if you.
I'm not worried about getting sick from you.
Well, I think I got sick from you. Mr. Almost nodding, give me kisses.
Yeah, I don't think I had an illness. I think the reason I didn't feel well yesterday, and I'm still like feeling better today. I literally went through 2 boxes of Kleenexes.
I know, my nose just is all running now. Like it got worse. It hasn't been this way. Well, it has been this way all day, but it definitely got worse this evening.
Yeah, I mean, I
have blown my nose a lot today. My nose is like so sore.
Yeah, it was bad enough. I mentioned to Ben that my nose had basically ran all day yesterday, and he's like, well, maybe you should take some medication. I'm like, shut up, Ben. I'm not taking medication for a runny nose.
I did. I took inner defense, and I just put on some fur oil, and I'm going to put Raven in my diffuser. There you go. Done.
He meant medicine.
Yeah, me too.
I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm not taking a prescription for a runny nose.
No, I'm not taking prescription medicines. That's stupid. I'm not taking
So, anyway.
God's medicine from the earth.
Pretty much everything is from the earth, babe.
No, they create that crap in a lab.
Which is made from stuff that came from the earth.
No.
Well, it didn't come from Mars.
No, they created it.
Doesn't mean it's not from Earth.
It's not natural.
Alright, well that's a different story.
They do make it to simulate natural things, just like aspirin is a simulation of energy.
Anyway,
Anyway, my
go
head
get some
hurts,
sleepy
so
buys.
I need this all to not be here in the morning.
Oh no. Whoa, big hits. Oh, that's an Archon, that's why.
Sitting around freezing for 3 days.
Bad enough I put pants on when we went out for dinner. I told people that, they didn't believe me.
Dude, I'm hungry. I want to go to bed.
Alright, get some sleeps. Love you. Oh man, yeah, Rhett. You're just gonna have to play with it a little bit now. It's been a while since I've.
No, it's all good. I just went, as you were talking to your wife, I just went through the Fatesinger tree, and you know, I've only ever played caster bards with much study, and so there's a whole other side of the tree that I've never really paid attention to. So yeah, there's plenty of stuff in Fatesinger to make it interesting and allow me to get the points in it that I need. So
Yeah, and you're gonna, again, most of that stuff will cross the line. So you're gonna be like, oh, a bunch of extra melee power and a bunch of extra spell casting power, and you know what I mean. It's just gonna. I guess we're not gonna get that because we're never gonna stand up again. It's just gonna work out in such a way that you're gonna. It'll kick you up a notch for sure. I think. You're gonna be like, oh yeah. Yeah, if you're looking for enough bard to be interesting, but enough melee staying power to be good at stuff, I think that's a build that would really suit you well for things. And you could tweak it. It doesn't have to be 12 levels of Warlock. But I really feel like it's very good. 12 levels of Warlock, or however many levels of Warlock it is. It's 12.5.3, right?
yes.
Yeah. So you're gonna kind of get everything that you want. You're not gonna be missing anything extra super duper important.
Honestly, I hope I'm able to play it enough to get an honest evaluation of it. I don't think we're going to be here for too long.
Well, he wants to be through Fey Wilds, right?
Yeah, he wants to hang out and he wants to hit 30 before the expansion comes out, which
Yeah.
I guess is what, 2-3 weeks.
Well, it could be any time from the 4th of November to the 4th of December.
Anytime that. Okay.
Yeah, their current goal is the 4th of November. Is their current goal. Alright. I don't know if I really care to do this next part, but I guess we'll do it anyway.
Can I get my opinion?
Sure.
Any bard that steps in a quest, it gives me +2 to everything. Yeah,
Yeah, none of those builds do that.
The build I usually run does, but not this stuff.
Yeah, this build is one, it doesn't look like a bard, it looks like a favored soul. Or not a favored soul, it looks like a warlock, like a melee warlock. And you don't, like the stuff that I put together, it's specifically there to up those defenses and offensives. But you could switch it around to be Kinsai and do great swords instead, or I don't think it would work as well, but you could do that.
Now to turn the conversation a little bit. What's worth getting in Night Revels? Just in general.
If you
for this specific build, but just in general.
If you
I know
don't
there's
have
it's
at
not
least
all, no.
one of each of the +2 stat runes, right? 1 wisdom, 1 intelligence. I'd recommend that you get at least one of each of those. Then
And let's see that on the loot list. What are those called?
it's under the
Okay, Diamond
consumable.
Festive Wisdom.
Yeah. Diamond of
So those
Festive.
aren't a tome, it's just like an augment.
It is an augment crystal that goes in something. Yeah. I think the minimum level on them is 24?
22.
22. Wow, much lower than I thought. But that is an extra +2 to wisdom or intelligence, whichever may float your boat for whatever you're doing.
Which is either Mass Frog or Alchemist power.
So you have both of those. Both of those are very good. Obviously, as many of the as many of the ghost touch augments as you can get. I would suggest at least 3, probably. For example, I had 3 between distributed and to lab. I now have none that I did not earn from this run. So to lab took 1. I think distributed took 2. Maybe to lab took 2 and distributed took 1. I don't remember, but the 2 of them have took the 3 that I had. If you don't have the 2 rune arms, you definitely want to get the 2 rune arms. Those rune arms are absolutely bonkers. Some of my favorite rune arms available.
I like the throwing knife that is like, what is that, for Reapers too?
Yeah, the daggers are really kind of misleading. They are better for Reapers than they are for undead, but they're good. And then I would recommend, if you like knives, if you like daggers, which it doesn't sound like you do, but in a vacuum, viewers, if you guys like the idea of doing dagger stuff, I would consider getting the daggers. But any of the level 4 items, if you're going to be doing low level TRs, is worth having, in my opinion. Because there's not generally enough of a jump between the level 4 and the level 8 stuff, unless you really, really want what is it called? Sorry, I'm thinking. Unless you just really, really positively, absolutely have to have Vorpal. That's the difference between level 4 and level 8. Basically, is when Vorpal starts kicking in. And for me, I generally don't care that much about Vorpal on my Ghost Touch weapon. But you can do it.
Yeah, and then of course there's like 4 clickies. You want the dodge, the PRS, spell power, and
Yeah, I carry them around. I almost never click them anymore. I honestly don't know how much I really care about those.
they last for an hour. I mean, like, okay.
Yeah, they are good. I'm not saying they're not good. I'm just saying that the last in the last 6 months of playing, I have probably clicked them less than 25 times. Nah, maybe not quite true. Maybe less than 50 for sure. They just, like right now, all of them are off timer. I should go, oh yeah, good call, and click one of them. But here, I'll do that. I'll click one. Bam. But they are really good to have in your arsenal.
Consumables?
They're in consumables. And they're cheap. Right? They don't cost very much, and I believe they last at least until the next they go away, right? They're supposed to go away every year.
Well, that's what I tried to ask Jerry, but he didn't answer my question.
Yeah, I think they're bugged to not expire right now. Because I still have the one that says it'll expire in 2019. 2019. And it's, last I checked, we're pretty far away from 2019.
In theory. And reality.
Yeah. They do have a long cooldown. If you cycle them one at a time, it's a little bit of a pain. But if you just click them all once and then forget about them for a while and then click them all again, they're good items to have in your arsenal. I don't know if it's worth having 3 more items in your TR cache to worry about.
Well, I'm not big on consumables too much.
Well, again, they're not really consumable. They're consumable in the sense that they go in stuff or they get clicked on. They're like clickies. They're like perma clickies. They might go away next year. They may actually change it where they go away. You know what I'm saying? Like they're like long-term clickies. And again, if you had all 3 of them and you played for 9 hours, you would use them each. I think they're all on a 2-hour cooldown. Yeah. They're on a 2-hour cooldown. So, again, you're gonna get 3 to 6 hours of use out of them a day if you remember to click them all the time.
We used to get +5 tomes out of the Night Roads.
Yeah, I don't think that's been the case for a while.
Yeah, I got a +5 out of years ago, but that's since been swallowed up with a +8 out of the store.
Bam. Bam. But I will tell you, if your listen score is pretty good, you're going to get a big boost to your listen, or your dodge equal to your listen. And most people are going to have some amount of extra listen.
I prefer listen. I like it. I like being able to
Yeah.
see the enemies.
So for an hour, you'll basically have your maxed out dodge. So, I mean, they're good. They're good to have. I don't know if they're a must-have. They're also, if I remember right, they're pretty cheap. Like, they're not very expensive. Then, like I said,
I did one run around and I got all my cookies back. So like when I go in.
yeah, exactly. Like they are not long gathers, but they are 3 more items in your bank to move around when you're TRing. So that's something to think about. And then, like I said, if you are looking for just like a random good, like the daggers, the ghost touch daggers, the spectral daggers, are fine daggers. If you wanted to go dagger build later, like you wanted to change things, you could certainly use those daggers, and I don't think people would give you a hard time. I think you would be satisfied. They don't have like the big disintegrate on them that the other ones have, but they do have the Mega Super Vorpal and stuff like that. So, and I also don't think any of that stuff is super expensive to make.
No, the level 4 daggers are cheap.
Well, I mean like the level 23, level 20, level 24. Wow, they must have re-upped the frequency of the tasty ham barrels again, because that's my second one today. And I've literally gone quite a long time without them. In fact, I think I was on my last stack of tasty ham till today. My last stack of 50. I'll find out for sure if tasty hams are back in the quick rotation when beef starts sending them to me again.
I'll say you got me and Tolab supplying you pretty heavy.
Well, I don't need that many a year, to be honest. Like,
oh, you're getting them.
Well, I know. I'm probably the only one left on the server that collects them and uses them.
So you shall get all my hams and clubs of Holy Flame.
But yeah, I don't know. I do like the taste of
Festivus is coming.
Yep.
And what you should do is mail all your charcoal to
Dude, to you?
Yes.
You're like, oh man. So much coal. Well, Rhett, why it's just a slightly more red people. Did you hear Elizabeth Warren's big speech the other day?
If it happened last like 48 hours, no.
I think it happened sometime this week, but I don't know exactly when.
Probably not. I've had a pretty crazy week.
She was going on about how Trump is Tobrell and Trump in my brain are about the same right now. No, how Trump is a threat to everybody's life. So she started talking about the COVID stuff. She started talking about how he appointed a coal lobbyist as the head of the EPA and this other stuff. Basically just like, oh, this is bad. Going on about how he's going to kill everybody if he's elected president again. And she is not the only one. There's been a slew of people basically making that claim that Trump is going to just start murdering people if he's reelected.
Well, you gotta start making some pretty crazy statements in order to shy away from the attention that the other end of the spectrum is bringing.
Oh yeah, the Biden corruption problems. People don't believe it.
My grandma told me when you point one finger at somebody else, you got 3 more pointing back at yourself.
That is generally fair, unless you point really weirdly. That's why a lot of people do a whole hand point. They heard that story once when they were kids. But yeah, I don't know. It's gonna get weird. I am looking forward to tomorrow. By the way, we will be late tomorrow. I don't know when we'll start tomorrow, but I'm going to watch the debate, and I'm going to watch the debate coverage after that I want to watch. That'll...
Keys does it take to get into a quest for Rebels? Is just one?
One per quest that you want to do, yeah.
Does each member of the party have to have it, or just one person?
Each member of the party has to have a key. But person 1 can just pike, or person 2 or whatever. Pikers are not the big deal.
Do you have glossaries?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I can bring in both accounts.
Yeah, and Gore is he's got a level 20 plus.
What is it? You generally run it, 5 levels above what you are?
Yeah. Always at least 5 levels. Because that'll maximize your drops. Got a little Famine Reaper. You cutie. So I've noticed something else that I find to be a little bit shocking. As my Instagram grows with the bus stuff, there's only 2 options apparently if you're a bus person. If you have a bus Instagram, you're either a hottie or a naughty. So you're either very attractive and you do like those tasteful, scantily clad shots, I mean, I really don't have a better way to describe it than that. Or you're not at all. And I've been
the hottie dude. You ever seen him with a shirt on? Man.
whew.
Hold on a second. I gotta take a second.
But yeah, I turned on my Instagram today to like look at bus stuff, and I was just scrolling through things, and it's like, oh, here's a scantily clad young lady sitting in a bus, like casually covering nipples. Like, okay. Oh, here's another picture of a different lady wearing a see-through shirt.
One word description of what that is. It's called influencer.
Is that
An influencer.
It is beefy, baby.
It is. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I wasn't expecting so much of it today in particular.
All Instagram influencers have channels like that.
There you go. Maybe I'm gonna have to come up with some tasteful nudes soon for my Instagram.
Finally.
I
That
know,
OnlyFans
right?
Going.
What was that?
Sam's new Patreon account.
Get that OnlyFans going.
Yeah. Maybe. People keep asking. I'm like, my feet are just not that sexy. And I told my wife that the other day. I go, yeah, I keep getting asked about an OnlyFans Patreon account for my feet. I'm like, babe, I just don't think my feet are that sexy. She looks at me and goes, no, your feet are not. But mine are. And I'm like, you will never take, like, I haven't seen your feet, like, in 3 years. What are you talking about? She's one of those people who wears socks. I swear she wears socks in the shower. She doesn't admit it, though. She's just always wearing them socks.
Socks to the beach. Socks to the pool.
Yeah. Pretty much.
So I'm at a 4-4-2-1-1 twist, and I'm like, why should I buy the +1? Because I don't think it's gonna do shit.
It doesn't affect your twist,
doesn't-
buddy. It
yeah.
lets you spend an extra point in the tree that you're in.
Oh, okay.
Right. It's an extra point essentially in every single tree.
Well, but you can only use one at a time, because you can only be in one tree at a time. For now.
Yeah.
Alright, now I don't really know what kind of measurement tool this is, but I'm running red through this first type of content out here in the event stuff at 5 levels above. So I'm level 21, I'm running 26, and it's running just fine. All that temporary health point stuff you're talking about is just fine.
Yeah. You shouldn't have any problems out there, no problem. It really is. It also, the temporary hit point stuff will come over a lot more in. Actually, I'm gonna keep those gloves for V-Love. I don't know what he's got for gear there, but all that stuff will really shine in the Reapers as well. Now that you know about it, and you'll start to see it. It'll start ticking in. How much that temporary hit point healing really gives you. Because again, it won't fill your bar up, but it'll keep you alive until you can take the time to fill your bar up yourself.
Talking about, like, shining through.
Yeah, brilliance.
Stanch.
The 2 warlock ones, the low level.
Stanch.
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 I don't know, I'm gonna lose Constitution every time I press this.
It's good. It's still good.
Well, he's making fun of that guy from that did that raid with the. I don't know if he was there for that raid, but he's making fun of a hardcore server guy.
Yeah, people are dumb.
It was pretty funny.
I'm gonna lose con.
He was doing it.
You get 150 hit points.
He was doing it, but he was doing it every time he took damage from the lightning, instead of just like getting healed and running over and clearing his lightning dot.
I see.
So the guy was like, "They're gonna kill me, man. I have like, I only have 3 con left." And the guy was like, "Dude, stop hitting the button. Just let your shit get cleared and get healed." And he just like teleported out of the quest. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna die if I stay in here. And he was just like, everyone in the quest was trying to tell him how to do stuff. Like, stop hitting it.
Yeah, bro. If you don't know what you're doing, just like stand next to the button. Like let other people get it when they're close, but like just pike and like walk on and off the button. You'll be fine.
Yeah. And he couldn't. It's like, ah. Where am I going? I'm kind of just
Yeah, I
wanted
missed
level.
you on Hardcore 3, Beef.
Well, I did not miss Hardcore 3, but I'm glad you had a good time over there.
Yeah, Samuel's dragged me along and stuff.
And then, as usual, he went to play with Noob and got himself killed. As is the way.
That sounds like right.
As is the way. Oh, hell, Mono Charisma. Alright.
We did Reaper 7 Chain Flame today.
Did what today? You're a little quiet on my
7
end.
Chains of Flame.
Oh, wow.
Chains of Pain.
It
That's
is
rough.
definitely the Chains of Pain.
Our tank died 9 times.
Ouch. That is pretty impressive. Alright, now that we have a minute as well, let's also look at the rest of our gear stuff here. So I suspect, at the very least, I'm going to want to upgrade that to the Dragon Belt. At the very least, my gear stuff here. And that might also affect my cloak situation quite a bit as well.
But, you know, not to be a jerk or anything, but the one thing I keep close to myself is when your bard got smoked in Von 6. Was it Hardcore 2?
Oh yeah.
That's like everybody's favorite memory, Beef.
That's fine.
No, my favorite is the one of Sam's characters getting blown up in the barrels.
My favorite was, oh no, I'm made of metal.
Oh no, I've made of metal! Hey, I was made of metal that day.
I just remember hearing Sam scream, I was not that close. You can't tell me I was that close.
I was not. That day really pissed me off too.
And then you bitched about the rope that was extra starchy. Then I died because I was laughing so hard.
A few more hardcore seasons and we need to put down together a Sam's finest moments compilation.
Should. People should put all that clips or that. Be sure to hit the clip button. We'll put them together. Like those buttons, clipping is apparently not that bad. Would you please go over there? Man, is the bank just goobered right now? Is that what's wrong? Nothing is working. Oh shit. It says my latency is almost nothing.
Yeah, my account just crashed too.
I wonder if the server just died.
I'm trying to log back in right now. It's not letting me.
I have the feeling that the server just made a boo-boo.
That's when I decided I should really give it a good effort on the hardcore. Because if Beef is willing to take a bard into Von 6 and get smoked, I should probably try better.
That build was great. Build was really, really good for the everything except that quest. I ended up using that build a lot, actually.
the connections are timing out now.
Yeah, the feeling game probably was splat.
Yeah, I'm trying to check the server status on but I'm not getting even that to load up.
If I search for at DDO Unlimited, do I see a bunch of people complaining?
Yeah. Somebody in the Distracted Gaming channel is commenting about it too.
Yeah, I bet the games just took a dump.
Yep. So did the Defenders of Breach chat. So yeah, it's all happening.
Well, I think with the servers being set on fire, we're going to wrap up a little bit early tonight, y'all. So, I'll do my best to be on a reasonable amount tomorrow before the debates come on. For those of you who care, like I said, I'm definitely going to watch the last debate, try to make my final decision on where my vote's going to go. And, because I already have eliminated Joe, unfortunately, Joe Johnson. So it's between Biden and the Trumpster, and we'll make that final decision tomorrow. But it means I'm definitely gonna watch the debate and all that coverage and stuff. So tomorrow morning / afternoon, as much of it as I can kind of like cram into at a reasonable time, assuming game worlds are up, we'll give things a shot. So as always, appreciate you spending time. Yeah, Geek the Piker is saying it's dead. Kenneth just kicked me. Yeah, it's definitely shot in the foot for sure.
God bless y'all.
Have a good night, buddy. I'm gonna go ahead and link the YouTube channel and the Patreon if you guys would like to help us out. Subscribing on the YouTube channel is a big deal, big game. Subscribing on the Patreon for $1 or $2 is also a big game. But you know, if you're just looking for some extra DDO content, you can do in there. I've got the Faye Buckler build, which is what Red is working on right now, and a couple other things. So hopefully there's plenty of content for you guys, even though we're kind of stuck in the world's down mode at the moment. Everybody, peace, much love, and we'll see you guys as soon as we can.